this might be the like naive noob in me, but like I wasn't here during the block size wars. I've read about them. I've heard about them. I read the book.
Oh, bro, there's nothing like this. The block size wars were so much more serious and so much more intense. And, there was legitimate fear that picking Bitcoin Cash versus Bitcoin Core. I mean, Bitcoin Core is obviously the majority, but like I think there was a moment there when Coinbase turned on Bitcoin Cash trading where like, I forget where it peaked at exactly, but I think it was like half a Bitcoin for a BCH. You can imagine as that was happening in real time and like, BCH was making a run on flipping Bitcoin's market cap that people were like, oh shit. Yeah, dude, it was nothing like it. It was way more serious, way more intense, way more money on the line. I will say though that this one has been way more, I use the word toxic lightly because people aren't really speaking with their money. It's been a lot more vicious, or it seemed a lot more vicious and personal.
Well, I think on that note, one thing I want to just kind of say, and I'm appreciative of you coming here and joining us, Hodl and Knut, and everyone else who will be joining us today. I wanted to create this as a place for us to just have a conversation because for whatever reason, I feel like we've lost that ability within the Bitcoin space. Like we're allowed to disagree. I think sometimes we forget that. I myself, when all the ordinals came out, man, I thought it was the dumbest thing ever. Like when that person inscribed a fart noise onto the blockchain, I remember playing that on late night Bitcoin and was like, what are we doing? But I also understand that like it's not me who gets to decide what goes there or what gets inscribed on the blockchain. And if someone wants to spend the money to do it and the market decides that it's a valid use of space, time, and energy, who am I to judge? So I want to offer this entire space and everyone who is listening, if you want to contribute to the conversation, feel free to request to ask questions. But my only ask is that we allow each other to share our opinions in a respectful way so we don't turn into a giant clusterfuck of just toxic blocking one another. Knut, Hodl, thank you both for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Happy to be here.
It's I feel like I only get to deal with you, Hodl, in some of the most controversial moments in Bitcoin history. Last time I think we had a chance to talk was when he who shall not be named was in the throes of one of the most disgusting behaviors in Bitcoin space.
Yeah.
Back when you were at Bitcoin Magazine, Q, and we were in Sweden defending Hodlonaut.
At one point, we were all on the same side.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm not sure if it was controversial back then. I mean, it was pretty clear what was going on back then. And we were all in agreement that we were dealing with fake Toshi and not Satoshi. So I'm not sure if it was so controversial, but yeah, I've said many times I did appreciate very much the fact that Bitcoin Magazine covered it and gave it attention, because a lot of other outlets didn't have the balls to do it.
Well, this is the beauty of freedom of speech in America.
Yeah.
It gives us that ability.
Yeah, I forgot about that part of the story, which was Craig Wright was threatening to sue us for covering it.
Well, I remember he couldn't come on camera. It could only be Mills and I because P has non-American citizenship and would have been exposed to like a direct lawsuit. It was a whole thing. It was a nightmare. But I want to bring it back. We have also joining us on the stage Wicked and Tommy. I want to give everyone a chance to just kind of talk, share initial thoughts on BIP110. DB, I kind of forced you to quickly describe the differences between the block size war and this. Knut, you have been patiently waiting to join the conversation, so I'll first start with you, and then we'll hop on over to Wicked and then Tommy.
All right. Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. I missed a bit of the beginning of the conversation here. I had some connection problems. But yeah, I'm happy to be here and happy to have this debate. And I think debate is the way to move forward. Even though I might not think that we have the best representatives of each side here in this particular debate.
You'd be surprised, Knut.
I think I respect David. I respect you for doing what you for covering Hodlonaut's trial, and I respect you maybe even more for using your influence to free Ross Ulbricht. I think that was a very noble thing to do. However, I don't think you are a good pick for a debate such as this, since you have been funding and platforming many of the spammers we're trying to fight here. So I'd just like to get that out of the way first. I don't think that's very that skews the debate in favor of the people who we on this side believe are attacking the network. And I can explain why later, but I'd just like to get that out of the way first.
Yeah, I mean, Q, I know we said we're going to go around, but can I just respond to that real quick?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I actually think it's super relevant to this conversation. Why we do that, why we've done that, why we landed on the side in Ordinals that we did. And, you know, I don't know how many people know much about our company, but, you know, we've probably invested somewhere between $1 and $2 billion into Bitcoin, Bitcoin-backed securities, Bitcoin derivatives, Bitcoin venture bets. And, you know, of that total sum of money, I would say that we've probably, I'm just like ballparking here, we've probably invested, you know, and this is I'm not, this is just broad strokes. I don't want to, like, I'm not speaking to our public company's financial activity. I'm talking about historical activity at BTC Inc. You know, we've probably invested into 100 to 150 startups in the Bitcoin space. And we typically write, you know, checks, our typical check is like $100,000. And then we invest up to, I think our biggest check has probably been like $10 million or something. And, you know, of those, across those 100 plus startups, let's call it, we've invested 30, 40 million bucks in venture deals. And then within that, like, you could call like their season 2 category of deals, which is like Ordinals, layer 2s, things that I would call like esoteric uses of Bitcoin, but that are creative and maybe have potential. We probably invested $10 million in that category. And so, you know, in the scheme of all of our investments, you know, our commitment to people using Bitcoin in these different creative ways is 1% or less than 1%. It's a rounding error of our activity. And so, you know, like, what's not a rounding error is our exposure to Bitcoin. Our whole company is just a bet on Bitcoin. And so, you know, you can say that creates a conflict of interest, but what my goals are and what I want to see happen is I want Bitcoin to be as successful as possible. I want as many people in the world to use it as possible. I want them to use it as much as possible. And I want the price of Bitcoin to be as high as possible. And so that's what my incentive stack is. And the reason why we backed Ordinals and we backed these other things is because, like, you know, well, I think one thing probably both sides of this debate can agree on is, like, I'm not the smartest person in the world. You know, I'm just a Bitcoiner that has been in this game since 2022, and I want to see the mission through to the end. And so, you know, I kind of take a perspective that, you know, it's kind of simple how we get Bitcoin price to go up. It's just get as many people to use Bitcoin as we possibly can and get them to use it regularly. And I really don't care how people use Bitcoin as long as it's creating value for them. And I don't care if they're using it on the Silk Road. I don't care if they're using it to flee a corrupt government. I don't care if they're using it to buy a cheeseburger or a coffee. I don't care if they're doing it because they join some group gambling scheme, and they're transferring one gamble to another user somewhere in that group. Like, I really don't care. It's just like, are you using Bitcoin, and are you paying fees to the Bitcoin network, and are you self-custodying Bitcoin, and are you sending transactions? That's what I care about. And so, when I saw what was going on in Ordinals, and who really surfaced this to us was Pete Rizzo, who I think is a brilliant guy. I saw an opportunity to fund what I saw as tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that were abandoning other crypto networks, and they were coming to Bitcoin. And I didn't know if that stuff was going to work. I didn't know if it had lasting staying power. But that's not really why we were making our venture bets. I mean, we're making $100,000 venture bets. These are just like spray and pray. Like, are there creative, intelligent teams building applications that people are using? And like, let's see what happens with it. And so, I come from the old school world of Bitcoin, which is, nothing can kill Bitcoin. Bitcoin's anti-fragile. I kind of think like no one can really tell you exactly how the Bitcoin story is going to unfold. So let a million flowers bloom. And so like, that's how I view Bitcoin. Maybe that makes me a bad person to view Bitcoin that way. I don't know. But I think my incentives are 100% aligned with, I want Bitcoin to be the most powerful technology and the most useful technology possible. Just to clarify, like, one thing about this debate, I think like all the participants, whether you're on Core or on BIP110, everyone thinks Bitcoin is money. Like, I haven't met anyone who doesn't think Bitcoin is money. Like, I actually like look at the Ordinals community, and I understand people consider that spam, but I look at the Ordinals community, and it's a bunch of people using Bitcoin as money. And when you look at the blockchain, people are like, "Oh, the spam is filling the block." It's like, yeah, it's a lot of people they're using Bitcoin as money. They're transacting back and forth. They're buying these things from each other. Whether or not these things have any value is a whole nother topic. But I mean, they're using Bitcoin as money. And so the only question is like, how do we make Bitcoin the best money possible? And I think BIP110 makes Bitcoin worst money. I think it's a massive downgrade to Bitcoin as money. That's not a defense of Ordinals or spam on Bitcoin, but I do think BIP110 does the opposite of what its proponents claim they want to achieve. So that was a very long-winded answer, but that was an honest answer, and I hope that at least highlights where I'm coming from.
Can I reply?
Absolutely, Knut. Wicked, I promise you.
Yes,
I promise. No matter what, Wicked is next. I promise.
All right. Yeah. Sorry, Wicked. You'll have your answer, David. However, with some of the premises here, first of all, the reason that Bitcoin is software and hardware in Bitcoin, there's a person actively making a choice to run by that hardware. This does not exist in a vacuum, and it's not just automatically anti-fragile without Bitcoiners making it anti-fragile. And also the Bitcoin is money thing. First of all, I'd like to say, yeah, sure, it's 1% of your total investment portfolio here that goes to the spam things. I don't agree with a lot of those. Bitcoin Magazine is funding, but without going into that, the whole premise of Bitcoin is that it is money, and if you understand Austrian economics, and you also understand that if money is used for other things than a medium of exchange over space and time, then that dilutes that type of money's value as money. You cannot do that without making it worse money. It's somewhat akin to, if screwdrivers were all of a sudden popularized for another use case, say as sex toys, then fewer screws would be screwed in total. So it's the broken window fallacy that Bastia talked about. If you throw a brick through a window, that does not create a job opportunity. It just breaks a window and someone loses somewhere. It does not create jobs. This is the fallacy that the statists and Keynesians fall into all the time. And the same thing is true for other use cases for Bitcoin than monetary use cases. They simply do not add value, they leak value. And this is where we disagree.
Yeah, but I guess the biggest challenge I would put back to that is that, the BIP110 community, it's against a lot of things that make Bitcoin better money. Like are we against, like I see people in the BIP110 community regularly saying that Taproot was a mistake, SegWit was a mistake, that, Lightning is a shit coin. Last time I checked, like those were all things to make Bitcoin better money. Last I checked, like if we want to scale Bitcoin non-custodial to the world, there's a lot that needs to be done to make Bitcoin work that way. Like Bitcoin being more private would make Bitcoin better money.
Okay,
So
explain to
I'm
me.
going to talk next, Knut.
Explain to me how op-if and the
Fellas.
giant op returns make Bitcoin better money.
Okay, hang on. We're losing the plot a little bit, guys. I love you all. I love you all. We are still going to keep this organized. Wicked, please feel free to contribute to this conversation.
Thank you. I know that mute button can be finicky. By the way, I'd like to also start my speech with recognition that Knut, I have respect for you. When I first came into this space, I was a shitcoiner, right? Now, I was the type of shitcoiner that David's talking about. I was a Bitcoin unit of account shitcoiner trying to grow my Bitcoin stack. But what I hadn't realized at the time was that shitcoins were dilutive. Bitcoin is sound money, 21 million Bitcoins, never going to be any more. When you shitcoin, you dilute that supply. Whether it's shitcoining in TradFi or shitcoining in crypto land, it doesn't matter. You're diluting the 21 million. So Knut, you made me realize that. And after speaking to you for a number of days after I joined X back in 2021, I believe, it clicked. And soon after, I dumped all my shitcoins, just so happened to be at the top, and I diluted those motherfuckers who stayed in those chains. Okay? Now, maybe some guilt associated with that, but it is what it is. Okay. David. Actually, no, let me go down the thing. Hodlonaut, I don't really know you, dude, but I respect what you did with Craig Wright. I followed that a little bit, especially as it was going down after I joined. And mad respect, bro. Tommy, you make some dope art. I don't really know if you're for or against BIP110. I'm assuming you're against because you're a physical artist, which I totally respect. I love the Bitcoin physical artists here, right? Haven't bought one of your pieces before, but I probably will in the future if you keep it up, bro. All right. And David, you've done a lot for Bitcoin. I don't think there's any denying it, okay? I think what you are doing now it's actually starting to click in my head, right? I see your point of view too. By folding in the shitcoiners, okay, and this is me going on the rant now, my opening statement. By folding in the shitcoiners, you are making more sovereign Bitcoiners. Let's remember what we're here for, okay? We are here to thwart the governments, to separate money and state. This will not be done if we don't have many, many sovereigns on Bitcoin. It doesn't matter if they're bad guys or good guys. It doesn't matter if they're temporarily fucking up, like the fucking UTXO set or the mempool, the fees, right? It doesn't matter if they're making blocks as big as possible, because we've got gigabrains who've well constrained those things, who've gamed it all out, who've actually designed the system to account for the retardedness that could happen, okay? And as such, that won't break it. That retardedness won't break it, bro. Gigabrains 10 steps ahead in that regard. Okay, so that's not the real threat. You have to understand that's not the real threat. And if you're going to say it's the real threat, You have to bring some real hard evidence. You have to say, I ran the simulation, Bitcoin breaks at 1 billion UTXOs, or I ran the simulation, and if we have 4 megabyte blocks for fucking, 20 years straight, then we're going to cross this point and we're not going to build on Bitcoin anymore. Nobody has done that on the other side. No evidence-based arguments, just emotion and ideas that sound scary but are harmless. Okay? Now, let me finish and get back to the point. It's all about sovereigns, and anything that divides us and breaks us apart, that is the attack on Bitcoin. Even if us as the sovereigns have differences in opinions and differences in use cases, that breaks Bitcoin. Okay? You fucking split off people because you don't like the way they use the chain and they leave. That hurts Bitcoin, bro. You fucking split off because you don't like the way the chain is going and you fucking rage quit. That hurts Bitcoin. It's not about you, dude. It's not about the way that you think this system works or the way that you want it to work. This is going to work no matter how, this is going to work how it works, and it's permissionless, and people are going to experiment and do whatever the fuck they want on it. But what matters most is sovereignty and freedom. So I think that anything that sows division and anything that ultimately leads to less sovereigns is the real attack. And that must be shined the light on and understood that needs to fucking stop. It needs to stop. We have to stop being divisive. We have to stop fucking, like pushing each other off the chain just because of differences. I think even in some regards, the big blockers getting pushed off was probably a bad thing. I think if many of them had stayed around, Bitcoin would have been stronger. You understand what I'm saying? Bitcoin still would have had small blocks because
I want you to defend that. I want you to defend that because I don't agree with that. So I want you to defend that.
Bitcoin would have still had small blocks because you can't change the block size, motherfuckers. You know that. You can do it kind of one time in this sly roundabout way, 4x it with the weight units, but like you ain't gonna do it again. Okay. Bitcoin was set to have that block size, and I don't think it's ever going to go up again.
How can you say that will never happen, Wicked? You just said it's not about you and that people need to sit down. Like if no one opposes a captured governance process, how will that not change ever? What type of a magical reason is it that 21 million will never change?
21 million? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Is that what your head is going to?
What do you mean? Now you're distracted. I'm asking you.
You think the 21 million
mechanism
cap is going to break?
My question is, what mechanism makes you sure that doesn't happen?
Technical mechanism. I'll tell you. If you knew the difference between a soft fork and a hard fork,
that not happen.
Hey, actually there is. If you knew the difference, and this is why we say you need to brush up on your fucking technicals, bro. If you knew the difference between a soft fork and a hard fork,
you're gonna start
you
with the
would
technical
understand, Hodlonaut, why
Holy
anybody
shit.
who tries to up the supply automatically hard forks. Anybody who does not update to that fucking shitcoin stays on the chain with the fixed supply. Now, just think to yourself for 1 second. Just think to yourself for 1 second.
BIP110 are the ones hard forking right now. BIP110 is not a hard fork, Wicked.
BIP110 is not a hard fork, of course. No. I never said that. BIP110 is a soft fork.
Why are you talking about hard forks then?
Hey, you're the one who brought up a supply chain, motherfucker. I mean, increase in the supply. What are you talking about, dude?
Wicked,
like,
you have
focus, bro.
You have one more FU, and then I'm muting you. You have one more left.
He's interrupting me, so I'm just trying to say, let me get this out.
Yeah, but you have one more.
I'm done with my opening statement. I think that lays out my view. More sovereigns is the most important thing. Right now, we're facing an evil entity in Bitcoin that is trying to fucking
You're not a sovereign right? If you have documentation that the reference implementation is captured and going in shitcoin direction and you sit on your ass. That's not being sovereign.
Yeah. That is a psyop that you've fallen for, and I'm sorry for you, bro.
You're the one
you need to wake up.
Can I just say that one thing Wicked said I agree with, which is like I really do think it was a shame that we lost a bunch of good Bitcoin Cash people, a lot of people who consider themselves Austrians who had been in Bitcoin a long time because they had a certain view of how Bitcoin worked, and they followed an ideological viewpoint to fork themselves off the chain. And I think there's a lot of similarities between that community and the BIP110 community who, I've had interactions with Knut and I've had interactions with Hodlonaut. I think are good people. Like I think they're misguided, or I don't know I don't exactly know. I think maybe it's doubling down also, but like I think Bitcoin is not better off with these people rage quitting. And like and so like, yeah, I agree, Wicked.
And honestly,
I have-
I think you guys, I hope to God that you guys don't. I hope you realize once it fails that you can still come back and we can all still use Bitcoin in this way, that we're all using it, and things will be fine. And if you don't think things are going to be fine, maybe do like the analyses and actually bring some data to the points that you're bringing up. Because when you bring up these points today in this debate, I'm going to ask you for the hard evidence. And if you don't have it, you should be fucking querying Kimmy K3 to make it for you right now.
Okay, since the reference implementation is documented as being, I'm calling it captured, because they sure as hell changed to totally pivoted their signaling, their policy signaling in a couple of years. So what is like, and when you add to it that, it seems like we have like the minor situation right now.
Mhm.
I mean, we are on the cusp of we're gonna see what happens, but if the miners now just end, they don't start signaling BIP110, are we just conceding to a reality where miners control Bitcoin? And to your point, like like that we can never have the supply cap changed. What if we have this? If Core continues shipping code in the same manner they have done the last couple of years, and we have miners being accepted as the people making the decisions, why wouldn't the hard fork that would raise to 42 million coins potentially
Can
happen?
I take that question?
What is standing in the way?
You take
Can I
it,
take that
David,
question
and
real
then I'll
quick?
reply as well.
Okay, so two things. First off, to the question about like I've seen this, like the miners are conspiring against BIP110. It doesn't. The game theory doesn't make sense.
I'm not talking about conspiracies. I'm just talking about who decides.
Okay, well, I just want to point out, like the miners, they want the price of Bitcoin to be as high as possible. And so if there was a BIP, a soft fork that they felt like was going to implode the price of Bitcoin or dramatically reduce Bitcoin's value, then they're not going to support it. Like they want what's best for the network because that's what's best for their business. So then to the second question of who's in charge, neither are in charge. Like that's part of what's being conflated here. Just because BIP110 fails doesn't mean that miners are in control. Like BIP148 and everything we went through showed that like nodes have a voice. The miners and a handful of economic nodes do not outweigh the economic weight of everyone else. But the inverse is also true. 5% of the network of nodes being run by plebs don't give some unilateral control over the network that supersedes the economic agents that have billions and billions of dollars at stake. Consensus is about finding things that both constituencies can agree on. And that's like such a simple thing. And that's what protects 21 million.
Is that why the up return on cap was merged on a 4 to 1
Q, can we do
community
hands,
opposition?
please? Can we do hands and like make this more maybe like hand driven?
Yeah, sure. I agree. You go, and let's come back to next time.
Let's come back to the reference client being captured in a little bit, but
Yeah.
you go, Wicked.
Okay. So I think we're often conflating the reference implementation with Bitcoin itself. I think a lot of the edits that were made in Core was a recognition that they are not Bitcoin. Of course, they're the reference implementation, and it makes sense that the biggest gigabrains are going to want to work together if they can agree on things on the same implementation. To say otherwise, I think, would be a ridiculous statement. Obviously, they're going to pool together if they have similar interests to make Bitcoin, the reference implementation, work in certain ways. Now, if they have differences, we've already seen what happens. They fork off, they start their own, right? They may completely start their own. I mean, we have plenty of examples of core contributors who completely started their own implementations from scratch. We have examples of core contributors, namely Luke, who forked off and started, changing things himself on his branch. So that happens all the time. But when you have rough consensus on the direction you want the reference implementation to go, then you're going to continue working on it as a protocol developer. So that's number one. But again, they realized as a group and with rough consensus, and I'm not saying they're like one unified group, they have all sorts of differences. If you read through the dev mailing list, you see them argue all the time about shit, right? But the one thing they didn't argue about is that they're not Bitcoin. They're well aware that if they fuck things up too bad, or if people lose trust in core, there's other implementations out there that stay in consensus and will, probably get market share. And that's fine, because guess what? They're not Bitcoin. At the end of the day, what matters most, again, is that we have cohesion and that we don't split each other off of the network. We need to actually stay unified under Bitcoin and not be so scared about like one client having control or another, because the truth is, if one client becomes malicious and everybody learns about it, and it's actually malicious, not just like psyop malicious, then people will actually move, right? So I believe, and we can get into why in the future, but I believe that the changes Core made were not evil at all. They were not, didn't have malintent. I think they were blown out of proportion, misunderstood, and were actually perhaps a part of a larger conspiracy. Now, we won't get into that right now, but I'll go to the next hand.
Well, I first want to just say thank you to all of you for, self-correcting very quickly. It's nice to be in a room full of adults, very mature. I feel like the teacher and I will call on people. I do want to, before Knut, I'll hand it off to you. And I want to just add this little point. And these are my thoughts. But again, I was no fan of ordinals. I feel like it's a waste of time, money, and space. However, I'm all for letting the market decide what people want to do. I also think it's a great sandbox test because it proved that if the entire world tomorrow had to adopt Bitcoin, like we are not ready for that. So I kind of wanted to ask, and I'm sure there are a million and one ways I am not and will never try to believe or portray that I'm some technically savvy person. But I do think, to David and Wicked's points, like there is something good naturally about trying to push the boundaries of what this technology is. And of course, to both yours and Hodlonaut's point of view, we should still strive to protect the sanctity of what it is that we have. But Knut, I'll hand it to you.
Thank you. First off, speaking of adults, I'm not going to call anyone a motherfucker in here, regardless of whether I think they are a motherfucker or not, because I don't think that has any place in a. Nor am I going to call anyone economically illiterate, whether or not I think they are, or technically incompetent, because I don't think that has any place in this debate. We have to have good faith when we enter things like this. I have a lot of thoughts about what's being said. Urge from the other side that we should all stick together, and what makes Bitcoin resilient is that we're all in the same boat. I disagree completely. The fact that you decide what Bitcoin is to you with your node is what makes Bitcoin. The Bitcoin cashers think that they are Bitcoin. They still do. The spheres as well. It's very to make the wrong decision about what you think Bitcoin is. It can be more to you, and that can be a bigger incentive than a finite. But at the end of the day, if the nodes don't decide what Bitcoin is, whatever chain you're on is not Bitcoin anymore. Also, where are we now? BIP110 is a soft fork, not a hard fork. With these transactions, there is not a single BIP110 transaction that you'd all agree is a valid Bitcoin transaction. So if you don't want the network to split, the correct action is to follow whatever the soft fork says you have to follow, because consensus is about tolerance. If you've seen the South Park episode, The Death Camp of Tolerance, that perfectly encapsulates what Bitcoin consensus is. Behind the whole, I believe in the free market and the free market will solve it, what that argument lacks is that voluntarily buying hardware and running software on it is the free market deciding. So We are now deciding that if you don't do what we say, we will fork off. And you will have to make the decision, or you will fork off. If you don't do what we say, if you tolerate transactions that we don't tolerate, you are effectively hard forking away from Bitcoin. And we are not going to join you. And that's on you. It's not on us. That's how user-activated soft forks work, and you can call that technically incompetent. But there's a layer below the technicalities here. Bitcoin is first and foremost a sociological innovation, not a technical one. It's all people.
Can you square that with what you just said about the Bitcoin cashers and the BSV people
Guys,
forking
either
off
we
because
do the
they thought what
hand-holding
doing
or
what
we
Bitcoin
don't
was?
do the
Can I reply?
hand-holding. Like, don't just jump in when we
in line with what
decided
David
to have
just
hands
said.
up.
Okay, I'll just
Everyone's
shut
waiting
the
to
fuck up.
speak. I'm waiting to speak too.
Hey, I can reply
Can I
to that.
talk for?
Yes,
I haven't talked yet.
I want the B cashers and the BSVers to fork off because
Hey,
I
no,
think
are you ready to fork? Are you ready to buy your own forked coins from me at spot Bitcoin price, like
I have an answer
65K,
to that.
65K for your BIP110 coins?
I have an answer
Are
to
you
that.
ready to
If
buy
you
them
let me
from me
answer.
and then create that economic incentive for miners to care about your blocks that you've constructed more than others that pay them more money? Are you ready for that, or are you just like, because someone's forking off and you've agreed to that because you already said that the main chain is tainted, or whatever you said before about how like
No.
the incentives have changed, or I don't know what you're even talking about, because nothing about Bitcoin has changed. What you're trying to do is change how Bitcoin has been the whole time by making it so that it's harder to do these obscure transactions that some people want to do, but most people don't do at all. And when the people do want to do these obscure transactions, it's like within consensus, and it costs a lot of money for us to do those transactions. So we're kind of supporting Bitcoin in a way more than you are by like podcasting or whatever you do. But like my point is, like, what, like, are you gonna buy my forked coins for 65K or not?
That is a decision I will have to make after I see how this fork plays out. And my hope is that the fork will be smooth and that everyone will be on the BIP110 chain, because that is by far the safest option for everyone.
I hope it's smooth too, because it's
Otherwise,
gonna be
you
a
have the
huge
hanger
cash
going
out
on.
for everybody else. You guys are just gonna fucking buy us out and double our stack. So I love it. Let's go.
All right, let's keep it hands.
So
Q, check your DMs.
Hodl, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on basically what Knut said earlier, because I agree with it a lot. And it's on the topic of, I'm hearing both, especially Wicked, I guess, but also David a little bit, run with the whole use of it's all about sovereigns. I'm hearing it's not about you, and what is most important is that we are unified. It just worryingly reminds me of the whole, almost like the COVID rhetoric, like we're all together in this, listen to the experts, sit still, stay unified, don't avoid any speculation.
Who's that side in this
Tommy, let
conversation?
me
To
talk.
be clear, I'm confused. I'm
I
not.
I
will-
thought the whole point was that I was allowed to speak uninterrupted now. Wasn't that what we agreed on?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. I think it's like, because I think we share, everyone in this talk share that it's important to be a sovereign Bitcoiner. It's important to don't trust, verify. And I'm like on the completely opposite side of this narrative of the most important is that we're unified. I mean, how can you settle the most important is that we are unified if you're gonna do the don't trust, verify part? I think that's, for the first, is like impossible. And I think the most important is that each and every Bitcoiner speaks their mind and like does everything that in their opinion and based on their understanding is best for Bitcoin. That's how a decentralized system shall work. And running software as a result of following your principles, I think that's basically what me and Knut are doing. And I definitely think that framing that as a problem is a problem, or like a red flag at least, because if there's anything that will be the death of Bitcoin, like unavoidably is that every Bitcoiner is an NPC that runs on the narrative that the most important thing is that we're unified. I mean, I just cannot make that fit into Bitcoin as I see it.
We never said that. We never said the most important thing is that we're unified. We're just trying to extend a hand to people that we think are
anyone can listen to the recording. I took notes.
Pretty sure that he said the exact opposite.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Bitcoin is
Hang
for
on.
I have my
everyone,
pen.
even
I have
though
my hand
no,
up.
we're
Hang
not.
on. All right, I'm doing it again. Hang on. We will continue this conversation in a second. Udi, I will pull you up. You do need to unblock me.
Bad idea,
that would be
bro.
nice.
Bad idea.
Oh, okay. Well, one thing just because the story is breaking in real time, and given everything that's happened, I pinned this to the top. There are issues with BTC Pay Server. If you are a user, please take a look at the pinned tweet at the top. Make sure that you are safe. Make sure that your stack is safe. Feel free to reach out to anyone at Bitcoin Well, and we can do our best to try to help. But I just want to bring that to everyone's attention as we continue this conversation. Okay. Please try to not talk over everyone. Wicked, you have waited patiently. I will let you go.
And if you have any responses, raise your hand. Okay. So I think there's some contradictions in what Hodlonaut and Knut are stating. They're making fun of us for wanting to be cohesive and have unity of all sovereign individuals using Bitcoin, and saying that, it's our fault that they change their software in a way that will fork them off if we don't follow along. But then on the same token, they're saying we're making these changes because we want to get these people who we don't like to stop using Bitcoin, right? So you're being inconsistent. You're saying it's our fault that you're forking off, but on a similar note, you're literally trying to push others out. So you can't have it both ways. That's number one. Number two, there's a clear difference between a soft fork and a hard fork. Okay, you can try to twist and turn and do all the things you want, but there's a very clear difference. One is loosening consensus and one is tightening. And when you tighten consensus, it's backwards compatible if you can convince the rest of the network that the soft fork is good and that they can tolerate it, right? For use of your own words. But if it's intolerable to them and they don't want it, or they just think it's a bad idea, or they just don't like you, right? Think about Paul Stork. Maybe his idea is a good idea, but a lot of people just don't like him. So no one ever adopted it, okay? So even if it's just intolerable for dumb reasons, you're not going to make it happen. You can't ram it through because people aren't going to follow you off the cliff, bro. You're the one who updated your software, which is going to bork, and it's going to bork, and then you're going to say, oh, Bitcoin's captured, right? Like the fucking big blockers did. And it doesn't matter if it's a hard fork or a soft fork. At the end of the day, you made the change that forked you off of the real Bitcoin with the most proof of work, with the biggest network effect. That's that. Last thing. Now we're already hearing they're gearing up for a proof of work change. So even if the soft fork, with all of the differences of related to hard forks, fails, now you're just admitting, at least some of you at least, and I hope not all of you, because again, this is ultimately about tolerance and cohesion. As you've stated, Knut, I agree. So I hope most of you win, or if I should say, just because I don't want to make definitive statements. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But if this fails, I hope you can self-reflect and realize it is about tolerance. And you're the one who changed the software and forked yourself off and became on a different chain. And if you can find it in your heart and your mind and your soul, or whatever the fuck you got to reach into, that you can tolerate these shitcoiners, you're welcome back at any time. You're welcome back. Everyone's welcome back to this chain, bro. This is the chain that's permissionless. It's the chain that is the most powerful.
Please have the
You're always
answer,
welcome back.
Well, hang on. I want to let David speak next because I know that he only has a few more minutes left with us, and then I will let Udi, Knut, and Hodlonaut speak after that.
Just heads up, I'm not going to be here if Udi comes up. I mean, I don't consider him a good actor at all, and I will just leave this space if that guy is on the podium, just letting you know.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea either, to be honest.
I would rather have you than Udi. So he has been kicked off the stage. David, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you know, everything that can be said about this debate has been said. I mean, I think the one area that I do think, you know, Hodlonaut, I very much disagree on is that the reference client is captured, and I think a lot of the criticisms of core. I really feel like that's the most destructive part of this whole BIP110 is that it's gotten so vicious that you know, the core developers themselves have been kind of the target of a lot of unfair criticism. And you know, I see people throw things around all the time, like, you know, Gloria was a DEI hire or core is captured, yet other than pointing to op return, and other than pointing to one clip of Gloria making a just a passive comment about, you know, what she thought Bitcoiners were like and her being wrong. They can't point to any, like, of all the thousands and thousands and thousands of pull requests to Bitcoin, what other pull requests do you have problems with other than just one? And like Gloria not being a great developer, dude. Anyone who looks at the body of her
No
work
one said
understands
that,
that
David. Stop with the false narratives. No one said
Wait.
she was a bad developer. You're deflecting. It's not true.
No
She was
one-
a
no one-
DE
no one
hire.
is saying
She
that?
was not a bad developer. No, I've never said it,
Okay.
certainly.
Okay,
Well,
well,
It
you
was
know,
a
if you,
Bitcoin
but
developer.
some people have said it, Hodlonaut. So you
If
are
you look-
also
if you
making
look at
definitive
the-
statements now.
Yeah, but I mean, the dude is saying there is no document. I wrote 3 articles. Anyone can read them. They're fully sourced and documented, and it's like pretending
Did you
none of this
mention?
is
Did you
happened.
mention the body of work of Gloria and how much she's contributed to Bitcoin, or did you leave that part out? Exactly.
I mentioned that
Continue,
there was
David.
no. You didn't make a point.
So I mean,
dude, what's your
well,
point?
Let David continue.
I think the point is that if you look at her body of work, this is someone who is an expert on Bitcoin, who has contributed.
Holy shit.
Hey, come on, man, and has contributed a lot to Bitcoin Core, and because of the harassment against her, she left. And you know, I don't think that makes Bitcoin stronger. That's my personal opinion. I think that actually makes Bitcoin weaker. And as someone who takes a lot of vitriol, like, I have very thick skin. A lot of people don't have skin as thick as I do. And so if you have thousands of people berating and attacking and insulting and creating clips and saying horrible things about you, it drives people away from this project. And so I don't think it's good for Bitcoin to go after the core developer community that's pretty small. We don't have a lot of developers that contribute to this. And so, you know, and I just, on the point of op return, like, all of this focus on op return, you know, it's op return is just the smallest little you know, piece of the entire body of history of what is core. Like, I mean, it's kind of like it's just so myopic to zoom into one little thing and to drive a whole conspiracy around, you know, core is captured because they have a different opinion on a policy decision, when there's so much work that encompasses what core is, and that you don't seem to have a problem with any of that other work. So it's just like it just seems intellectually dishonest. And I guess the final point that I would just make on this is, like, you know, Hodlonaut, I watched your clip the other day, your video that you did with Cedric, and like, you come off as a sincere person. And so, you know, I'm sorry for any toxicity towards you. I do think that you're acting sincerely. And you know, Knut, I have one of your Infinity over 21 million bathrobes in my closet. And you know, like, I know you love Bitcoin. I don't agree with a lot of your views on it, but I know that you're sincere about liking Bitcoin. And so, you know, I do want to say those things to y'all. And tomorrow there's going to be a chain split, and you know, there is going to be a chain that is going to struggle to get a second block. I hope that y'all don't encourage people to sell their Bitcoin or to leave the Bitcoin community to go pursue that chain split, or that y'all don't, you know, market BIP110 as the real Bitcoin. I do think that that's a moral boundary y'all shouldn't cross. And you know, I hope that once this is over, like as Wicked said well earlier, that there's here's some reflection, and y'all will be welcome back to Bitcoin. And like, it's unity is, you're right, Hodlonaut, it's not the primary thing. Just this community, there's this concept of resonance, and when the community is acting in unity, like, we're growing our movement and we're driving Bitcoin forward. And when we're infighting and we're spending all of our energy attacking each other, well then, it's really us versus the world, not us versus each other. And so I hope y'all come back, and I hope y'all ensure that people who don't understand Bitcoin as well as y'all, or or is not as technical, they don't end up losing their money in this process.
Can I go?
Real quick before you do, DB, in case we lose you, I just want to thank you for your time and joining us. I pinned a couple more things up in the nest at the top. There's apparently a phishing email that attacked a Trezor wallet. And then, of course, if anyone is dealing with cold card issues or is in the throes of it, we at Bitcoin Well are trying to help anyone we can, client or not. Feel free to DM our main handle, reach out to us online as well, and we're happy to help. Hodl, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Q. And yeah, everyone should take this very seriously, this Bitsy Pay server thing. I'm sad to see them affected too. Great project with great people in it. Well, two things I just wanted to say a few words about. One thing is the framing that I caught from, I think, at least from David, maybe Wicked also, that the framing was that we are, that the whole BIP110 thing is us wanting to change Bitcoin so that people we don't like can't use it or get kicked out, which, I mean, I never thought anything in those paths at all. I'm perfectly happy that anyone, of course, uses Bitcoin. And it was ended with like, hope you can self-reflect after all this is over. And I just want to say and repeat that for me, this position is based purely on principles and my view of what the direction of the reference protocol and basically the very worrying direction of the whole Bitcoin space. So, I mean, I will never self-reflect on my decision to follow my own principles. And I think Knut shares that position that, we are just doing what we believe is right. And, there is none of my opinions are based on disliking people at all. They are based on worry that, and being convinced that, the current situation where the reference implementation signals very clear policy to any grift startup or inscription ecosystem, that they're open for business. And that will invite more of this activity onto and more use cases. I mean, I hate the fucking word use cases. Why would a monetary protocol need use cases? So that was the one thing. The other thing was just very short, the framing that my capture articles and the criticism of core is synonymous with going after people, harassing people, and conspiracies. I wish that was true. I mean, I was like a blissfully ignorant core fanboy not a long time ago, and I was just devastated to see and find out everything that happened inside core. I was sad to find it out. I wish it wasn't like that. I wish I could just, be on the side that says that these pitchforks and the whole BIP110 is just a moronic virtue signal or whatever they are framing it as. But to me, it's not. It's something I believe wholeheartedly is super important for Bitcoin. That's why I'm having this position. So I think that's a dishonest framing. I'm almost done. That's a dishonest framing of the criticism against core and more specifically Gloria and other devs. And I think if we're gonna cancel criticism and scrutiny of the reference implementation of Bitcoin with the framing that this is harassment, like you can't do that, are we just gonna like sit in a yoga circle and like high five over how awesome the core devs are and how they're like martyrs for everyone? No, Gloria and Amit Uttarar and probably more people were definitely DEI hires. I mean, read the fucking capture articles, and I can't say it more clearly. I mean, it's right there in your face. So that was my 2 cents.
Can I ask a question to what you just said? Your first point. Is there any, like, you and Knut have been very outspoken, like certain things will happen, BIP110 will activate, like, is there anything that would make you reflect on that you were wrong?
Not that I can think of right now. I mean, I have all the data in front of me. I have spent 3 months digging into core. I don't know. I would definitely, if I realize I was wrong about some information, or the whole big picture, I would of course admit I was wrong and regret it.
If BIP110, if there's a chain split.
But once again, now we're in the outcome thing, and I know you think like that, but I don't think in outcomes. I think in what is the right thing to do.
Well, I'm just trying to take like this debate, Q asked me if we want to do it on Monday, and I actually thought Monday would have been a more interesting date to do it. Just because we would have had
at a postmortem.
Yeah, we would have known what the outcome was. And I guess I'm just saying, like, what, like, if BIP110 results in a chain split, is there anything that you got wrong?
May I answer, Hodlonaut?
May I actually just say something?
No, Wicked. Let Knut go first.
That's true. You've been away for a while, Knut. So go ahead.
Thank you, Wicked. Yes, I will not state my position. As I said before, I will not state what I will do after a potential split, like before this whole thing plays out. And I think any person that is honest to themselves and to others will self-reflect and learn something depending on the outcome of this soft fork, and especially depending on the outcome if it isn't a soft fork but turns out to be a hard fork. Bitcoin has a mechanism for rejecting user-activated soft forks, and that's suggesting a user-rejected soft fork, which no one dares to do, because the only people who would actually do that are the spammers themselves. So no one dares to do that, because that paints them as a target. Anyway, before you try to refute that, the thing is, the way, if the chain splits, I will have to decide what happened between two different things that could have played out. Either our movement was so small and insignificant so it could be ignored, or the miners are now in charge of Bitcoin. And if the latter is true, I am no longer interested in that chain, because I think the nodes need to be in charge for Bitcoin to be Bitcoin. So I will have to evaluate afterwards if this was just ignored because the movement was too small, or if we now have a cartel that has taken over Bitcoin. So that is, I'm going to eat humble pie if necessary, but I will have to evaluate that afterwards. I cannot evaluate that before this thing has played out. I still think the safest scenario for everyone is just adopt the fork, flip the bit, and no one gets hurt.
I will just throw this out there. We are down to rip on Monday if you guys want to come back and have this postmortem.
I agree. I think that'd be a great idea. Can I go real quick? I have like 1,000,000 points, but I'll try to keep it brief.
Keep it brief, because I am going to have my security team is making me aware of something very interesting going on with 110. I'm trying to understand it in real time, and then I will have a question for Knut and Hodl.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on the topic of Gloria, so I'm not sure if you're aware, I put it in the nest. She's given talks talking about the things she's been working on. I put in the nest a 4-year-old talk she gave at a conference in El Salvador, talking about expanding the Bitcoin network and building out second layers so that it's more accessible to people, while also acknowledging that it's very important that running nodes stays cheap and accessible as well. So I think she's well aware of how to make Bitcoin better money, and I think actually that was her focus. If you look at what she's contributed to, she's done things like contributed or straight up led package relay, truck, ephemeral anchors, Data anchor, cluster mempool, these are all policy changes which made it possible to do second layer protocols like Arc and Lightning much more efficiently. As a matter of fact, without all of those things, Arc as we know it today wouldn't have even been possible. That was because people fucking like figured out how to do it without covenants. Before that, everyone thought we needed covenants, but we finally figured out how to do it without. Those were all updates that Gloria worked on or straight up led and contributed to in core. So to say she was a DEI hire or not competent enough to be a maintainer is complete nonsense. Just straight up complete psyop. Hold on, Hodlonaut, nonsense.
But you're
Right?
not
It's
rational.
not backed by
This
real
doesn't
evidence.
compute what you just said. I just have to say that.
The other thing that actually contributes to my point here is that Luke himself acked her becoming a maintainer. So he also believed she was competent enough, but even saying something to the effect, and I'm paraphrasing here, you have to do it. Okay? That's point number one. Point number two, in terms of unity. At some point in the past, I don't remember if it was Knut or Hodlonaut, there was some question as to whether there could be unity between these camps. I think what we just witnessed happen in the cold card incident proved definitively that we can unify and put our bygones behind us. I've been running spaces for 5-6 days straight, trying to help people get their money protected, trying to answer people's questions, figure out what's going on. On this space, I've had a plethora of fucking BIP110 not supporters. Doesn't even matter. Like we totally we unblocked each other and we came together and helped as many people as possible. Unity is absolutely possible if we are focused on the mission. And the mission, once again, is sovereign individuals. We need more sovereign individuals. We need to reduce theft. Bitcoin is property. And when it gets stolen, that weakens the network. When it gets attacked in these ways, that weakens the network. So if that's the focus, which I think it always should be, at the very least in the back of our minds, I think we will always stay unified in that way. Number three, you said that, fucking, sorry, I'm not trying to swear, my bad. I let it out sometimes.
You got one
Very
more.
passionate. Okay, I got one more in the bank. Okay, cool. I got a life +1. Okay. So you said before that nobody, and I think you maybe walked it back a little bit because you realized some people probably did say it, but you didn't say it, right? You didn't say that we wanted to push shitcoiners off the network. Okay, I'll give you that. You probably didn't say it. However, your pieces were used as evidence for why we should. And many people took those pieces and ran with it and started painting narratives like Vitalik left because we pushed him out and we successfully thwarted all the shitcoiners that would have came onto Bitcoin and kept them out in a time when Bitcoin was young and impressionable. And because we did that, Bitcoin grew into this pure monetary maxi ecosystem. Now, I came into Bitcoin during that time. As stated before, as soon as I got really into Bitcoin, I came in with Bitcoin as my unit of account. I am absolutely, even at that time when I was a shitcoiner, a Bitcoin monetary maximalist. Now, what I realized shortly after joining, and I'll just repeat it, and speaking with Knut, of all people, for a couple of days on Twitter when I first joined, was that shitcoins were dilutive. It wasn't productive to try to be trading these things and taking money from other people because you're just diluting the overall ecosystem of sovereign individuals, right? If people are getting diluted on shitcoins, that doesn't help them come to Bitcoin and be sovereign. So the focus, in my mind, shifted from extractive and dilutive by trading shitcoins to get more Bitcoin to constructive and having a clear and specific message, which was focus on your craft, work hard, spend less, save everything you can in Bitcoin. I think that's a very powerful message. It's not for everybody, but I think it can help a lot of people out in this situation where they're just confused about financial literacy. It boils it down to such a simple idea. You just find the best money there is, which is Bitcoin, and you do everything you can to save as much of it as possible.
So
Okay. So
real quick.
just to round that out, one second. Let me just round that out. The reason why, like, I brought up Vitalik is like people are like they're definitely bringing up that narrative, right? They're saying like Vitalik left because we fucking pushed him out. We didn't let him make Bitcoin into Ethereum, and then they're relating that to, in this situation, we're going to push out the shitcoiners because we don't want them to make it into Ethereum either, right? But that's cognitive dissonance. You can't say that and then say we're not trying to push out the shitcoiners. You literally are admitting it by following that narrative. I have other points, but I'll stop there.
I want to not pretend like I'm the one coming up with this question, but I have pinned Giacomo's tweet, and I've had the Bitcoin Well sort of technical side help explain it for me, dumb it down, so I can ask this question to Hodl and Knut. But it looks like with BIP110 only enforcing block signaling, not transaction rules at first, is there a dangerous gap where scammers can exploit confusion around the proposed B-split? What should Bitcoiners understand before they assume they can claim or sell anything? Essentially, there seems to be a double spend risk with replay attacks due to this fork.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I can answer that. If I may, Hodlonaut, or do you want to answer?
No, go ahead, Knut. I can jump in after. I want to talk about something else after.
Pretty technical, so we'll back you up if you need help.
And first, a rebuttal to Wicked. The thing that makes people sovereign is using Bitcoin as money. Nothing else makes people sovereign. That is what the tool is for. And that is why any other use case is so detrimental. And yes, I do want shitcoiners off the network, or at least shitcoinery off the network. If shitcoiners want to use Bitcoin as money, they're welcome. If they want to use it as something else, they're not welcome. And I think Bitcoin maintainers ought to do everything in their power to keep that Bitcoin is money as in the back of their heads at all times. And I do think we kicked off Vitalik for this very reason, and that we can kick off other shitcoiners off the network. If they want to use Bitcoin as money, which I know a lot of shitcoiners want to do, then they're more than welcome.
So is it okay for me to buy JPEGs with Bitcoin? It's just not okay for me to make JPEGs with Bitcoin?
Correct.
If you're stupid enough to buy a JPEG to begin with, please do it on another chain, because owning a JPEG is a bit
just not making any sense, because I want to use Bitcoin as
Dude,
money.
All he has is
Can I answer the question?
I
want to answer
Guys, we know the drill. Once that happens, I'm muting all y'all idiots. Tommy, I love you. Please let Knut continue.
I mean,
Thank
it does
you.
say no filter.
Thank you. Owning a JPEG on the time chain is a bit like owning a star in the Andromeda galaxy. Yes, you can claim that you own it, but in reality, you have no other means of interacting with it than everyone else on Earth does. The problem with putting it on the time chain is that it deludes everyone else's telescope. So it fucks up all telescopes, and you're forcing people to have worse telescopes while looking at the Andromeda galaxy. So I wouldn't encourage that. I can't stop it, I know that, but I can discourage it. And all node runners should, with self-respect, should, in my opinion, try to discourage behavior such as that, because Bitcoin is money and should be used only as money. Now, to the actual question. There's a bunch of FUD about fraudsters being able to fool you into selling one coin for another when it's not possible and such. Yes, this is a risk. This is always a risk. Everything in Bitcoin is your responsibility at the end of the day. This is a feature, not a bug. If you fucked up, even if you trusted a third party and got wrecked, that's on you. This is Bitcoin is for anyone, not for everyone. It's for anyone willing to do the homework on both the economic side and the so-called technical side. Otherwise, you will get wrecked, and there's no one coming to save you. There's no support phone. And this is a feature, not a bug. Bitcoin makes people sovereign by separating money and state, by being money. That's what makes people sovereign.
Q, may I?
Hang on. I wish we were on camera so you could see the way my jaw is on the floor with this answer, Knut. There are aspects of Bitcoin, 100%. It is on you as the individual to make sure you take the proper risks. What I do not believe is an acceptable answer is this concept or idea that the double spend problem that Satoshi solved for is now potentially being reintroduced because of this fork. I do not find your answer adequate or sufficient. DB,
Yeah,
Forks are the solution to the Byzantine generals problem. The fact that you can decide what Bitcoin is to you is what makes you choose to trust or distrust the other general's message. And if you chose the right message, you will be economically rewarded for it. But it's definitely a mechanism that is there for a reason, and it's part of the solution to the Byzantine generals problem. That's what creates the 21 million limit.
So this is a great segue. I have a targeted question, an actual genuine topic of debate. So let's lay a few numbers out there just to set a basis, and I want to be as empirical and objective as possible. I think it's fair to say, because we have pretty good data, that in terms of miners supporting this fork, it's, let's say, less than 3%. Let's just paint broad strokes. In terms of Bitcoin services, Bitcoin businesses, it's probably somewhere around the same number, right? It's very, very, very small, including exchanges and all that stuff, right? There's no overt support. I don't see anyone, preparing for this, this big change and how Bitcoin is going to be this other thing. So I think we can agree on that. In terms of Bitcoin node operators, there was the fellow from Ocean just put out the deduped stats. I guess best I've seen so far. Jason Hughes said, I believe if I'm correct, I think the exact number of BIP110 nodes was 5,663, but let's just say it's 6,000 just to be round numbers, and the other core nodes numbered in the realm of like 60 to 70,000. Okay, so roughly a little less than 10%. Okay. One thing we can't do is we can't translate all of node operators to Bitcoin invested individuals. And when I say Bitcoin invested individuals, I just mean anyone with direct and substantial monetary exposure to Bitcoin. There's lots of people on exchanges that aren't running in nodes. They're Bitcoin invested individuals, and they contribute to consensus in the sense that as they're consistently buying Bitcoin through some provider, right, they're sending a signal. They're saying, okay, I'm buying Bitcoin. If they're not starting a petition to petition the exchange they buy from, or the source they buy from, to say, hey, I want you to support this other fork, right? It's unlikely that those institutions, would do that. So their influence on consensus is one step removed, right? It is a little bit, it's a little fuzzier, but it's there. I mean, they're exerting economic influence. So if I take all those numbers in total, and I say in three major categories, the miners, the Bitcoin businesses, and the Bitcoin invested individuals as a whole, which is a superset of node operators, individual node operators, it's like nascent. I mean, we might be talking about 1% of their collective consensus forming is directed in the Probe 110 side. If we just looked at the nodes, it's single digit percentages. So here's the question and the topic for debate. Someone said, if this fork doesn't pass, it's an indication that the nodes don't run Bitcoin anymore and something's wrong with Bitcoin, because this proposal, this thing people want to happen, that is only really being pushed by 8% of nodes and 1%, less than 1% of all those other constituencies together, isn't able to push something through that becomes defining of Bitcoin. You would look at that as pro 110 people and say, yeah, maybe I do believe that's the case, and that's an indication something's wrong with it. I look at it personally as saying, I think there's something right with it, which is, I can imagine a fork that isn't what you want, right? It isn't to do with this topic, but let's say it's something else. Let's say it's something slightly nefarious, like it's some ability to track a little bit better through the chain what happens, and maybe it's like an on-roads to KYC or something, right? It's something everyone on stage collectively doesn't like. And let's say it has 8% of individual node support, but it has very little to no exchange support, no business support, and really no support detectable through Bitcoin invested individuals. I'm going to sit there and say it's very successful that 8% of individuals who chose to run nodes were not able to change the consensus rules of Bitcoin to do that thing that we all believe is negative. It doesn't change that fact just because your fork happens to be something you believe is good for Bitcoin. It's proof positive that you shouldn't be able to effectively Sybil Bitcoin by running nodes and saying, I don't care what 99% of the whole constituency of Bitcoin believes. I'm going to force it through, and this is the way. I actually think this is evidence that Bitcoin is working, because if someone told me that they could change the direction of Bitcoin by running 5,663 pieces of software, I would believe that that system is far more susceptible than anything I believed previously. And that alone, regardless of what the fork was about, would cause me to question the foundations of what we're building together. That's all I had, and I'm curious what you believe.
Hodl, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll answer Daniel first, I guess. First of all, I want to put some perspective on the numbers, because I mean, I broadly agree with the numbers he put out there, but I want to provide some context to them, because if we say that, you know, the support on different metrics is between 10 and 20%, I think that's a lot. I think that's like probably as high of a number as you can hope for at any time. If, you know, you have a status quo populated with the best funded, most followed voices in Bitcoin, embedded into every nook and cranny of the ecosystem, conferences, businesses, stuff like that. That's a big club, and there are consequences to straying from their narratives and their wishes. And I don't think 90%. If we have 15% BIP110 nodes, you can't say that means 85% oppose it. Not at all. And I think the social cost and the financial cost of joining BIP110 is huge. You will lose reputation among, you know, big Bitcoin. You will lose sponsorships, cold card sponsorships. You will not lose anymore, I guess. You will lose them anyway. You will lose conference speaking gigs. You will basically not be in the cool kids club anymore. And I mean, people, I don't think anyone in this room have any illusions about the strength of the average human nature. We saw what happened during COVID. Like, people will not speak out until some critical mass is reached, that be 20%, 25% or so on. So these numbers, they are not like precise measures of the sentiment in the broader community at all. So that's one thing. Also, I just wanted to very quickly, I mean, it was a while since I talked, so I just want to push back against Wicked a little bit. I mean, he said that because Gloria Zhao wrote some code, that proves she was not a DEI hire. That's a logical fallacy, just pointing that out. The next thing, he said that my pieces were used for this and that, like spinning up conspiracy theories or making people change their mind or something like that. I mean, so what? My pieces are public record sourced. They're the truth. They made a lot of people open their eyes and realize they can't keep sitting on their ass. And finally, on the topic of sovereign people, Knut put the record straight, saying that, you know, the only sovereign people in Bitcoin are those people using Bitcoin for its intended purpose, which is money. And if we don't agree on that, then like if we muddy the concept of what a sovereign individual in Bitcoin is, then is Udi Wertheimer a sovereign individual when he scams people to buy his JPEGs and, you know, runs this campaign on X about how they are making Bitcoin fun again or destroying Bitcoin? Was also like just this very bad faith memeing while incidentally enriching himself by selling JPEGs to people. Is that sovereign? What about the people facilitating?
Is he in the Matrix?
Okay, first of all, it wasn't your turn to talk, but just these small things. You just own yourself with saying that. Are you saying I'm a conspiracy theorist?
Is this me or is he in the Matrix?
Wicked.
Yeah, I don't think you're winning any hearts and minds with that tactic, Wicked. People can think for themselves. They're not idiots that need to listen to their favorite expert. Yeah, that was my 2 cents.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think I had connection
Yeah,
connection
you're still
issues. It
muted.
was me.
I'm putting you back on mute. You're in timeout for a little bit. I love
Okay,
you.
I'm sorry.
I respect
I'm
you.
sorry. Bad
You're on
connection.
timeout. DB, go
Hey,
ahead, please.
I got to bounce. So, and I'm walking to the office right now. So I'm sorry if you hear background noise here in beautiful Nashville, Tennessee. Just 2 quick things. One, I just want to say this because I see this said over and over and over again, but no one's speaking role at our conferences is determined by their viewpoint on BIP110. I mean, like, we have people who believe all sorts of stuff that speak at our conference. Yeah, there's not like this like club that's like coordinating amongst each other to like, oh, this guy likes BIP110. Keep him out. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's not true. It's just not true. And I mean, Q, you worked at the company. I mean, you can speak to what what our business is like. It's just not true. The other thing I wanted to ask, and like, this is something that I've been like kind of legitimately confused about, and I was hoping like Hodlonaut or Knut could clarify. But in terms of like this debate being about people using Bitcoin as money or not, it seems like it's actually kind of broader than that. I don't know if y'all remember a service called Satoshi Dice from back in the day, where people use Bitcoin to gamble, and they sent Bitcoin transactions to someone's address, and if they won the bet, the Bitcoin was returned. And it's strictly a Bitcoin as money use case, unless people disagree with that. But it seems like that's strictly using Bitcoin as money. And that was something that Luke worked very aggressively to have at first blacklisted, and wanted to have blocked from the network. And it's something that I think he would consider spam. And so I'm trying to just like understand a little bit. Is it purely people storing data on chain that you're upset about, or is it also people if they use Bitcoin as money but they use it in a way that creates too many transactions? That's also part of what the concern is.
Okay, I can answer this. Satoshi Dice was created by a known scammer called Eric Voorhees, who created an exchange where you were scammed into changing your precious sats for other shit that other people believed to have value. And the Bitcoin Core at the time successfully managed to discourage that guy enough to chase him off the chain. And that was the right thing to do. The second point I have, David, is that while I appreciate...
that's not an answer. I mean,
you didn't answer the question, bro.
Eric left 5 years after this occurred, and this was in 2013. Like,
answer the question. But it was his idea, right? If I remember correctly, this was his project, Satoshi Dice.
Well, he acquired.
David, do you want
Satoshi
to explain
Dice
again? I don't think Knut understands how Satoshi Dice worked technically. Maybe we can just try to clarify this to the audience.
A website.
There was an address.
Yeah.
You sent Bitcoin to it. If you won, you got Bitcoin back with another transaction to your own address. And if you lost, you didn't. And of course, you can check on chain if these things are happening legitimately. Now, you would have to trust, of course, that he's not just doing the ones where he's winning to himself. So there is some trust there. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's just Bitcoin transactions on chain. There's no data on chain. I mean, maybe is there some attestation? But I don't think there is, right?
I think the only thing that was on chain is that the dice rolls were already pre-baked. Like, so you could basically have a surety that they didn't already know the outcome of
wasn't
the
getting
bets.
cheating.
Yeah,
Okay,
there was no cheating.
So there was some attestation.
Okay.
On chain. So it's probably that you have concerns with, right, Knut? Is the arbitrary data, the attestation of the proof that he's not cheating people? Is that what it is?
May I reply uninterrupted? Because I personally don't like this use of the Bitcoin blockchain. And if I can do anything about it from my node's perspective to filter this shit out, I would. And everyone's free to do that. And we're also free to introduce user-activated soft forks to filter them out if we're not happy with the other filters. There's nothing stopping us from doing that, and there should be nothing stopping us from doing that. So regardless of how this particular thing worked or didn't work, maybe I remember things wrong, I'll have to look it up. I think this is irrelevant to the discussion. What I would like to address is David saying that we're all welcome to his conference. Not having a filter for who gets to go to your conference or not is not a virtue. The thing with your conference, David, that I have such a problem with that I've started to boycott your conference, which is not working very well, I'll give you that, is that you allow any company that has Bitcoin in its name in there, and there's a ton of scammers in the sponsorship area, and you're platforming these people and allowing them to scam others. And I don't agree with you that I think this is good for Bitcoin. I think this is delaying hyper-Bitcoinization. I think it's confusing people. And I think you should stop doing that and take more care in what people you actually allow at your conference. I don't like having feds on stage at a Bitcoin conference. I don't like having politicians on stage at a Bitcoin conference.
So
I think they have no place there.
Here.
Hang on. No, Wicked,
here, by the way.
hang on. DB, I would like to respond unless you are still free and able to respond to this.
I'm sitting on a bench right now at a park in front of the Country Music Hall of Fame. So I am able to respond, but I'd love to hear your response, Q.
I will say this, as someone who is very adamant, I think politicians have no place in this. Simping for politicians is moronic by Bitcoiners, because this is meant to be the separation of state and money. I am also first and foremost a freedom maximalist. My parents immigrated from a country that the idea or concept of freedom of speech is so foreign you would be killed. And I appreciate and understand that what real freedom means, it does not mean that I only have the right to say what I want to say and believe what I want to believe, but the polar opposite has that space as well. At the end of the day, what the Bitcoin conference is a private enterprise that has the right to share ideas and thoughts and allow people to speak whether or not we agree with them. That is the ethos and point of freedom. And the fact that you disagree with me goes back to my point. Real freedom gives space for those that we vehemently disagree with. So while I agree, Knut, that there are people who come onto those stages that shouldn't be there, that may hold Bitcoin back, that is antithetical to what freedom is, at least to me.
Yeah, I'll just say, and I don't want to make this is not about me or the conference. I don't want to like hijack this, but there's a lot of different perspectives that people have about what makes them passionate about Bitcoin. Your perspective is one perspective. You know, we service in a year 100,000 people who come to our conference, and you'll get 100,000 different perspectives of why Bitcoin matters. And I take the general view that there isn't one person who gets to decide what constitutes the coalition of Bitcoin. And, you know, also, you know, from the perspective of what Bitcoin is, you know, what Bitcoin is, what I think Bitcoin is like Bitcoin's something that can't be changed. And so from our perspective, working with governments or bringing in governments into Bitcoin, like we are tricking these governments into supporting something that if they actually understood how it worked, they would never support it. So it's like we're running a psyop, you know, on behalf of the Bitcoin community. And I don't get why people don't understand that. It's the same thing with the suit coins. We're running a psyop on Wall Street. Like, so, you know, if you believe that Bitcoin can't be changed, then positioning Bitcoin in a way that we can get as many people as possible involved in it before they, you know, try to become a resistance to it, I think that's a net benefit to Bitcoin.
Can we possibly bring it back to a point of debate about? Is it all right?
Go ahead, Daniel.
Respond.
All right, fine,
Yeah,
Wicked.
I'm gonna bounce, guys, but I've enjoyed the debate and I appreciate the civil discussion. And I'm going to be watching tomorrow what happens. And you know, I'm going to be looking forward to Monday also. And Hodlonaut, Knut, you know, I hope y'all stick around. Ciao, guys.
Thank you, DB.
Thank you,
I'll make it
David.
very quick. Very quick.
Thanks for being respectful.
Wicked, go ahead, and then Daniel, the floor will be yours after Wicked. And
So
Wicked, you have 0 F-bombs.
Oh Lord. Okay, I have points that I agree with Knut, and points I agree with David and UQ. I think it's important to have freedom of speech. I think Bitcoin is ultimately money and should be used as such. I think, kind of circling back to what I was saying earlier, Bitcoin as money is what gives the network strength, especially when the Bitcoin itself is held primarily by sovereign individuals. So even though it's important to give the stage to various ideas and kind of let the free market decide, because I also am a believer in the free market. And so, that includes, whether you like it or not, and you may not agree with this because you have a different perspective of what the free market is, but it includes scams. If people are dumb enough to buy a share of a company where, things are clearly delineated in all of their terms and all the fucking filings, and then they end up losing Bitcoin denominated value, because again, I think it should be measured in Bitcoin value, everything should be, then they were human, they made their own decision, they were adults, they fucked up, we've all been there, we've invested in dumb things and lost Bitcoin, okay? That's one thing. Now, on the other side of this, I do think it could be dangerous and dilutive to make them the primary focus and to give them such a big stage, because then you actually are almost leading these people off a cliff in a way where you're, basically saying it's okay, right? I think it's important to give them a voice, but like maybe not the main stage. And, maybe that's a form of censorship in a way. I don't know. But like, if you think you are Trojan horsing the government, I guarantee you they're 10 steps ahead. And I actually think what we're witnessing happening today is very likely a multi-pronged government attack on Bitcoin, which actually got tripped up by a Chinese model they never predicted would come out this early. So if you think that you are the ones who are Trojan horsing the government, I guarantee you they're the ones who are Trojan horsing you. So giving them a platform and saying it's for freedom and they need to talk because they're politicians and they have a voice might be true in a sense, but in another sense, they might be fucking with you in a way that you don't even know.
Yo,
Look,
I
man.
remind David of this all the time, just to let y'all know. We had this
Right,
conversation
David. I mean, David,
yesterday.
I love him, but he's a bit of a retard sometimes.
Hey,
No, no. I mean, he
whoa,
truly
whoa,
believes what
whoa.
he's saying for sure, and I'm sure he would agree with you on that. But
We're all
I think,
retarded. We're all retarded.
We're all
yeah,
retarded. We're all
yeah,
retarded. That's first and foremost. But I look,
yeah.
I
Retard out of
love this
love and respect.
conversation. I love this pivot, but I want to bring it back to BIP110 if we can. So Daniel, please go ahead.
So I actually like the direction you're going with Satoshi Dice earlier, because I think it gets into who gets to parse the minutia of, just the general concept of BIP110 and what is spam and how are we going to attack it. I had Mechanic on a space, and I did get him to agree that they wouldn't try whack-a-mole chasing spam, right? We know all 7 consensus changes have already been fully routed around by all the spam protocols, so they're unaffected. The price increase on them, cost to do it a different way slightly is like 0.5%. So effectively no effect at all, right? We're not just talking about stopping spam. I would argue that BIP110 would be nearly totally ineffective at any practical and effective stopping of spam in terms of the reduction in volume, for those reasons. Now, that's actually not the most important part, because obviously BIP110 doesn't do what one thing it purports to do. It would send a message, quote unquote, I guess, right? There's vibes or whatever. It would do that. It would definitely it would kind of install a new leadership a little bit, as much as leadership as there can be in the dev space, like Luke being sort of a de facto now person you turn to, right? I'm not saying I'm not saying there's a CEO of Bitcoin. I'm just saying, what? Sorry. Okay, so I'm not saying there's like a CEO of Bitcoin or anything of that nature, but those are the 2 things it would do: vibes, message, new sort of regime-ish a little bit. Here's the question. There's lots of other protocols that might really toe the line, right? Like I could give you an example of a protocol that's an identity protocol, but isn't like identity data on the chain. It's more like about having more secure LN URL addresses or DNS addresses, right? Let's just say there's a protocol like that eliminates the middleman risk of certain payment address type things that really help people send money off chain, right? Like that they use. And those things have big security holes right now. And if there was a protocol that helped you secure that, right? Let's just assume it helps you secure that, and it requires 1 kilobyte of data in maybe 10 transactions a block. And that would give you secure payment addresses for billions of people, right? And it also uses one interesting feature of Bitcoin, which is using relative time locks to lock value, sort of to deprive capital, to say you've got skin in the game and you can't move this. You've got to basically hold Bitcoin to be part of this protocol. And Bitcoin is ensuring that all observers can say you've locked value. You're effectively staking Bitcoin to say, like, the reason why I get to, anchor something is because I've locked value with Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is performing a decentralized service, right? It is doing something that other protocols can't do in a centralized way. Would a protocol like that be against the BIP110 sort of regime? Would you go after it, even though it is a protocol that is helping people with more secure mechanisms of payment, and it is actually using Bitcoin for a for value purpose, decentralized, effectively escrow funds? Is that something you would attack just because it wants to use 10 kilobytes of every block of data to facilitate that? And the reason I ask is because I think there's probably many other examples. And the premise, and I'm actually throwing it to the BIP110 people here as the debate thing, you can find a lot of these examples that are kind of monetary things. And who gets to sit there and decide, oh, we need fork number 13 because I kind of have decided as the reference people, this kind of doesn't smell right, even though it is money. It's just like, why are we inviting that debate? Who gets to do that? And that's my concern, is setting up that regime. I'm just wondering what you think about that, or how you would answer that question.
Do those protocols have shitcoins?
Guys, I have to just, sorry for interrupting, but I have to leave, and I have to leave on a note. And this BTC Pay server thing just broke, right? And I can confirm that all the remaining sats on the Citadel 21 Lightning node has been swept today. So that is ongoing attack. It was fortunately just a small amount, 174,000 sats, because I closed the channels in preparation for any issues with BIP110 just a few days ago. So I was lucky. But yeah, stay safe, people, and anyone running a BTC Pay server. I'm praying for you. This crazy times in Bitcoin right now. And final note, I'm also finishing this cold card article I'm writing tonight, so it will drop like in 4 hours or something. I hope a lot of people reads it. I think it's going to be comprehensive insight into what happened with cold card. Yeah, thanks for the talk. See you guys around.
Yeah, I apologize for my technical difficulties. I know that we have some new people on the stage as well, so we can continue this conversation for as long as you guys would like.
Can I answer the question there by David? The answer to who gets to decide is the nodes. The nodes get to decide. And if you want to introduce a user-activated soft fork, you can. And you have to take responsibility for that and try to get it to be big enough for the prisoner's dilemma thing to play out, and see if it works or not. Like, it's always the nodes. The nodes decide everything. So
can you quantify
sorry?
Can you quantify what the appropriate...
It's unquantifiable.
No, it's unquantifiable. You cannot. There is not a specific threshold. It's all contingent on people doing stuff. People.
It's based on
buying
vibes.
hardware. Wicked, please. I'm gonna do this. Na 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 na. Wicked cannot get to talk. Wicked is not allowed to talk. If you keep on doing that. Yeah.
You're not stupid.
I just want to know if your node is going to accept a block that has these transactions in it that you don't think are okay, because like unless your node accepts those blocks, it's not building on Bitcoin. Like it's not like you're not going to be able to transact on Bitcoin anymore because you're not within consensus on the time chain if you're not accepting those blocks. So that's like kind of the bot. Like your node is your node, yeah, but you might be on a shitcoin, and you might not know it.
Well, you don't get to decide what Bitcoin is for me. I get to decide that. I get to decide what I think Bitcoin is.
Okay.
And if I make the wrong choice, I will have to pay for that dearly economically. Because if I'm on a minority chain that just fizzles out into nothingness, then I will not experience number go up very much in the future. So that is the choice. I can still make that choice. It's still my choice to make. And if I believe that Bitcoin has been captured by forces that I dislike, I can still do that. And you can still bully me for being stupid, but it's still my choice. And that's what running a node is all about.
I agree.
So I wasn't bullying you. I'm sorry, Knut. I all love, really. I think I know that you do that out of love. So I think one of your critical blind spots, and many people who are supporting BIP110, especially those who point to the percentage of nodes running a UASF and the prisoner's dilemma comment, right? And kind of this idea that if you want to keep unity as a miner, you have to signal, because otherwise you're de facto building on a chain that BIP110 nodes will begin to reject. I think your critical blind spot is that you are not considering the nodes who would run a URSF if the miners actually started signaling. You're assuming that they would run that beforehand. But if you were watching the URSF back channel, which by the way is public and open, anyone can join that Telegram, you can see that they've wargamed it all out. It's literally like, if it reaches 5%, then we'll probably do this. And then people are like, no, I think we shouldn't do it till it's 10%, right? Or like, we should just wait until mandatory signaling and then get the URSF out there, during the lock-in period, and because you have a whole month until they actually activate. So you have to be right? Game theory, you have to be wargaming out every scenario, and it's your critical blind spot thinking that just because there's not URSF node runners today, that there wouldn't be if they had been signaling, at this time or during mandatory signaling, right? And you can never know.
Hey,
Although you
Wicked.
can follow that Telegram and actually see what they're thinking.
Wicked,
Okay,
Wicked, I got a
Let me
question.
just finish the thought. So, I think the miners are well aware of the tension. They're well aware of the various people in the industry who are opposed to it for stated reasons, whether you agree with those reasons or not, right? You might think they're dumb reasons, but it doesn't mean they're still not opposed. And so they know, as miners, if they signal for this, then they're probably gonna start getting some resistance from the other side, and it will probably be much more resistance than the UASF side. And by the way, I asked Bob Burnett point blank, because I looked at the data. Bob Burnett is running barefoot mining. He was the first miner to signal support. He hasn't mined a signaling block in 2 months. I love Bob. I think he's a very honest and truthful person. He's very straightforward. If you ask him a question that he can answer truthfully, he does. That's kind of a Midwestern quality, by the way. And he did. He answered it very truthfully. I said, Bob, it looks like you haven't mined a block in 2 months. Was that just a bad, streak of luck, or have you reduced your signaling hash rate? And he answered very honestly. He said, I've reduced my signaling hash rate because of the risks associated with it, and then some other things. I think he always tries to obscure his total hash rate in various ways, but he did confirm he's reduced it to the degree, and maybe there's some bad luck involved as well, but he hasn't mined a single signaling block in the past 2 months. And then he also said that he's watching it closely, and even within the first block or two, if it's one of the large mining pools, he will stop signaling with all of his hash rate. So I think the miners are wargaming all of this out, and you're not giving them credit, right? They fully understand the dynamics here, and you're trying to tell everybody in your audiences that like miners don't understand soft forks. They do, and you're not giving them credit for that.
Well, and I think there's also this issue where we are trying to honeymoon this, or cast a histrionic shadow over it with what happened with the UASF previously in 2017, and that was very different. Earlier when we talked about the constituencies that help form consensus, because consensus is a dynamically formed ecosystem driven process. It is not actually a straight through line from people who run nodes, right? If 5,000 people run nodes, but they aren't active buyers of Bitcoin, and they bought Bitcoin a couple years ago and just stuck it in their basement, that's it. They're not actually very active in consensus forming. It's just they're just not. They might be running a piece of software, but they're not like sitting there impacting other people's thoughts all that much in comparison.
But Daniel,
just a second.
Daniel,
In
that's
comparison
the problem.
to
Daniel, so
Wait,
look, can I just get in a word here as
Okay, hang on,
are
everyone.
you gonna?
I'm doing it again. We have some new people on the stage. There are rules to this debate. We keep our hands up. We do not talk over one another, and we will go back and forth as best we can. I know that G Money, you've been here for a second. Darkside, you just came up. Robert, Mount Gox, thank you for joining us. We're going back and forth. Please just keep your hands raised. We will get to everyone. I thankfully am working right now, so I can stay on here as long as you guys can stay on here.
Take
So
notes so you can remember what you want to say.
I don't have that much time, so and I can reply to Wicked if I may, and I need to drop off here soon. So and I've thoroughly enjoyed this debate. So first of all, thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Thanks for being respectful. Wicked, thanks for being more and more respectful as we went along. Yes, you talked about my blind spot there. I would just like to, the rebuttal to that is that I love Bob Burnett, and I think he's truthful when he's telling you these things. However, I also see that there is an incentive that is very underrated, in my opinion, that miners are incentivized to not signal until the very last second. And I know a lot of people disagree with me on this one, but I think that if you want to get an advantage over other miners and be the first one to mine BIP110 blocks, you are incentivized to just not signal and then signal at the very last second. I think this is an underrated perspective. I may be wrong, and I'm willing to eat humble pie if I'm wrong. However, I will have to be shown that I'm wrong first. So that is one perspective on this whole thing. I also think that people misremember BIP148. I remember it as being absolutely crucial for scaring the big Bitcoin, if you will, into actually accepting SegWit, specifically Yihan, who was like the only guy that was vehemently against it in the end because of ASIC boost and all this crap. And I think it had a huge impact. We'll see. I think we're in a completely different scenario now. I think there are miners nowadays that don't even care a single bit about Bitcoin. I think there are also miners who care a lot about Bitcoin. But I do believe we have more fiat-minded, a higher percentage of high type preference fiat-minded miners nowadays that just switch to AI whenever it's more profitable. That is something that is unfortunate, and it has to do with the centralization of mining, which is always the bigger problem here, and which is why the filters don't work in the first place, and which is why we're now in this devastating situation. I think the safest thing to do going forward is to accept the soft fork. That if the network does that, then we don't lose any of these important players. Luke Dasher and Mechanic, and hopefully myself and Hodlonaut and all of these other great people on this side will be crucial for the next battle in Bitcoin. And if you want us on your side, the safest way to keep us in Bitcoin is to accept the soft fork that is now on the table. This is the side I'm on, and I am not going to evaluate anything until after I guess tomorrow when the soft fork, when mandatory signaling begins. I'm on this side for ethical reasons and for integrity reasons. I don't give a crap about my reputation, and I don't know anyone on this side that does. I will be fine because I make decisions because I believe in them, not because of some tactics reason or because it will make me more or less fiat in the future. That's not how I work. That's not how I operate, and that's not why I'm in Bitcoin to begin with. So let's all enjoy this adventurous day tomorrow, and thank you very much for having me.
Knut, I want to first say
Knut.
thank you for joining us, for participating in this frankly difficult discussion. I ultimately, we're going to continue the conversation. I don't know, Knut, how much longer we will have you. If any of you are, BIP110 maxis, if you will, please feel free to request and come up here. I do want to, however, again, just to kind of go back to the same point that we are almost like skirting around. There is an element of freedom that underlies a lot of this discussion that I think is being ignored, even in your statement, Knut, where you're saying, oh, well, if you want all of us to stick around and contribute, you should fork. You're kind of like trying to say, well, if you don't do what I'm doing, I'm just going to rage quit. Like, I haven't had to deal with this ever since, I don't know, the last time I saw my little brother and absolutely murked him. Yeah, I murked him in FIFA and then he rage quit. So like,
Q, could I ask? He said he thinks that miners are incentivized to
I was
signal
going
the
to pull on
last
that.
second.
well, I think this is.
I just thought, but like BIP148, by this time it was already being enforced.
Well, I think we should pull on that thread in a different way. And I had my hand up. And Knut, if you have more time, I think you might actually wrap your head around this discussion. I think it'd be very useful for you to understand from my perspective.
Wicked, can you touch on something? Can you touch on something like
hey guys, can I jump in real quick? I've had my hand up for a while.
I just wanted to stand. Sorry.
I just wanted to jump in on the Pinko Kami status Euro trash guys down here because Bitcoin.
No, G-Money, I'm kicking you out. No, we're not doing
none of that
that
shit, bro. None of that.
You said it was no filter, bro.
No, we are not here to attack one another. All right. This is an honest, thoughtful debate. All right. Your own personal feelings about what's going on to me are irrelevant to this conversation. We are going to have proper discourse. We are going to behave like adults. We're going to respect one another regardless of our differences. Do shit like that, you get kicked off the stage, full stop.
You got kicked off stage.
I was going to touch on something that Darkside had.
We're 2 seconds away from everyone being muted again and us having to start over. Darkside, go ahead and then Knut.
So look, I think, what's so interesting about this to me is that I think there's really loud voices on both sides. But I actually think as a centrist on this issue, I represent probably the overwhelming majority of the community. On one side, I absolutely am impassioned and believe that the miners are the immune system to what has become centralization of coins and centralization of mining, right? Like the only thing that is stopping Saylor and Larry Fink and the public miners from absolutely going haywire here is the node runners, right? So like us node runners should be really important. And it's really...
Can you articulate how that happens?
Again, this is my question. So as representing the center, representing Bitcoiners that look, we're sympathetic to the 110 crew, right? Nobody wants to see Bitcoin turn into CSAM or any of this bullshit. And at the same time, we're sympathetic to the core group because look, it doesn't, I don't want to see Luke Dash Jr. wearing a gas mask and control of Bitcoin. And I really don't want to see the others, the community fractured. And plus, I don't really think BIP110 stops spam. So it seems like a solution without a problem, right? So, I land in the middle on this, sympathetic to both sides. But it's really depressing to me when I hear the message, because Daniel, American, you guys are kind of spreading this message that look, no runners don't really matter. Right? And the only thing that matters are
to consensus. No, to consensus. They matter for themselves.
No, I get it.
I was trying
to.
So where I'm going with this is here's my question, and I think it's a really important question, especially for those of us that are in the center and love Bitcoin, right? How do we stop, right? For putting 110 aside, let's take something that's sort of malicious coming from the big Bitcoin world, right? The corporate world. How do we stop an attack on Bitcoin if we don't empower node runners? If the message here isn't node runners are super important and we don't figure out a way to make node runners super important, don't we become extremely susceptible to attack? And I don't think BIP110 is that attack. I'm thinking in the future. So
this is exactly what I was trying to talk about before. So when you jumped in, we were going down this exact road.
Yeah, I know you were. I heard you going down it, Daniel. That's why I was kind of excited. Yeah.
Okay, so I know, and you characterized what I was saying as saying node runners don't matter. That's a mischaracterization of my position. So I want to clarify that a little bit. I do think node runners matter, but I'm objective, and I have to look at how much do they matter if it's the question of the overall consensus direction of the entire network and all constituencies involved. Now, like, how I'm going to try to do that right now. I'm going to try to quantify that as much as it possibly could be, right? And we have to take a sobering look at it. Okay, so how many node runners definitely matter in the sense that if there was no node runners, we'd obviously not have a really good peer-to-peer way to circulate transactions.
Daniel, there's no node runners. There's no Bitcoin.
No, just a second.
No Bitcoin without node runners.
I'm separating mining node runners from ones who are merely running them as individuals.
No, I mean literally the validation of Bitcoin is nodes. Like,
I'm trying to help. Okay, let's just classify it. Let's classify it. Okay. There are people who run nodes for different reasons. There are miners who run nodes. They have to run a node because they need it, right? There are individuals who run nodes to help validate the network, who help to run their own dashboards for all sorts of reasons. People run nodes for different reasons, okay? If you're saying there's different parts of do they matter, right? Yes, you need a good, decent number of nodes to circulate the peer-to-peer messages. That's like one piece of Bitcoin. That's one piece of why you'd run a node. Yes, you need people to run nodes if they're going to mine. That's one piece of running a node. Now, if the question is, do they matter in this consensus formation? And when I mean consensus, I don't mean like the filters people are running. I mean the overall laws of Bitcoin, the consensus rules. It's a bigger question than just node runners. It is a bigger question. There is more at work there, right? Because I will try to describe who's valuable in forming that consensus. The most valuable people are not even just wipe node runners, people running the software away. Bitcoin invested individuals, which is a superset of people who then go and choose to run nodes. That is at the core. That's kind of like the foundation of your house. You're like pouring the foundation of your house. Those are the people who ultimately shape Bitcoin the most, right? And they do it in different ways. Some buy Bitcoin and run a node. Some buy Bitcoin through a source, and they might not run a node, but they inject economic guidance into the system, just the way supply and demand kind of guides, suppliers, right? Like if a lot of people want to buy your product, you're going to kind of listen to them. You might change your product in different directions to follow what they're saying. Now, what I was saying about nodes earlier that I want to clarify for Darkside is I was trying to call out the fact that simply running the node software doesn't like give you some outsized direction in how Bitcoin cores or any reference implementations protocol rules are going to go. If I told my mother, who doesn't own any Bitcoin, hey mom, go fire up a Bitcoin node, you're going to have like outsized consensus weight if you do that. That would be wrong. That would be inaccurate, right? If she also bought Bitcoin every day and then self-sovereignly held it and ran a node, that's increasing that a bit. Would I say that her singularly buying Bitcoin on a DCA and running a node is as valuable or consensus directing in forming like a large actor like an exchange or a service as much as 10 million of their DCA users who are all purchasing and all?
No, Daniel, she could not. But like, you have to understand, if she was buying a node, she has the ability of rejecting blocks, and she doesn't reject.
I understand what you're saying, Hodl, but is she going to change?
Guys,
Daniel, just let me pose the question a little differently, because I think you're getting close to where I'm going with this. But I just lived through a situation in which the Budweiser Corporation is a perfect example, right? Like fully, like just stepped on the throat of their user base, right? Like they just did not give a shit because who knows why, right? Like, let's just assume the state told them you're going to put this crazy shit together and you're going to go full transgender, on your community, whatever. But we lived through that. We watched it, right? So my question is, assuming the miners get together because they're public companies, they get together with Larry Fink and Saylor and a bunch of these, large Bitcoin holders. What is the immune system to stop them? Because it doesn't seem to me that even all of us running nodes could stop them from going full insane. Yeah,
I agree with you. Stop them from doing what?
Just a second. Just a
Raise your
second.
Hang
hands.
I
on.
agree with you. Darkside, I agree with you here. We would need a way, and this is why I actually tried to make this point earlier, right? BIP110 and people who are running it believe that it is a good fork. It's good for Bitcoin. You know, it's not like installing it directly KYC for it. Like pick some issue that we all would think would be bad for Bitcoin. Like whatever that is, just put it in your mind and you're like, everyone believes this is bad for Bitcoin. One-teners and non-one-teners alike. Pick that issue and say, wow, there is a cabal that's pushing that code change, that bad thing, the thing we all think is bad. It would be terrible if that bad change could be ramrodded and become Bitcoin because 5,000 people decided to run the Bitcoin software with that thing in there in opposition to 70,000 other people choosing to run a different version. And the vast majority of Bitcoin invested individuals not supporting their bad thing with their, sub 10% node adoption of it, right? We would all agree that that is good that that got rejected. We would say, whew, it's a good thing Bitcoin works. And like those big cabal of whoever, who just happened to run 8% of nodes weren't able to make it Bitcoin just because they said, I'm running a UASF that has this thing. Now, it goes both ways. That paradigm doesn't magically change just because you perceive 110 to be a nice, good thing. Right? It doesn't change. It's the same mechanism. So like that is what would protect us, Darkside, is the fact that invested individuals and node runners do matter. But we need to collectively see a lot more opposition from them all to something, to suppress something bad. Right now you're seeing, I would say, relative apathy in the larger set of Bitcoin invested individuals and relative negative sentiment in Bitcoin individual node runners against 110. And those two things being true, it's actually showing that, that's a good thing. That is the response you're looking for. Something that has a minority of Bitcoin node operators should not be able to take over the network and redefine Bitcoin's protocol rules. And it doesn't matter what it is. I hope we agree on this. I really do.
Hang on, Darkside. We're going to let Wicked go really quickly. And then Neil, thank you for joining us because I'm realizing like we're turning into a bit of an echo chamber. So I welcome you to the stage. I will let you respond to some of these thoughts and comments that have been made once Wicked makes his apparently amazing point.
Where did all the BIP110 guys
You
go?
guys
Did
literally
they leave?
scared them away. I'm trying to have
God damn it. I missed
to
it.
have a civilized conversation. Hodl, I know you're
Sorry.
here. Like I know you had your hand up, but I do want to let Neil go after Wicked, and then it will be you. Okay?
So I
I'm
think
putting my
that
hand down. I don't know what to say right now. Sorry.
okay. I think that we actually are both we're all making good points around this node running being important. It's important for economic nodes to run, and they may have more influence, on a relative basis. But it is extremely important for sovereign individuals to be able to run nodes as well. And I think this actually ties into what we're seeing happen currently with these attacks on Bitcoin. Attacks on Bitcoin cause people to panic. They cause people to consolidate UTXOs, move them, lose them, and fuck up their privacy, really, at the end of the day. And one way that the government controls Bitcoin, it's not by getting all the coins hoovered up into exchanges, right? That helps them, of course. But the more kind of diabolical way is by being able to track all the Bitcoin. If you can get people to like fuck up their privacy and I'm doing F-bombs, mess up their privacy, and then you're able to track everything. And by the way, now because of this CoinKite hack, cold card hack, everybody in that data set can be tracked backwards, forwards, no matter where. If they move the coin somewhere new, even if it's in self-custody, tracked, completely tracked, right? So that
Except
is
for
the
you, because you
actual
lost everything.
angle. Exactly. They know that already. That's the angle, bro. So when you have forks that suggest, oh, we'll just make gigabyte block sizes, bro, that is literally a government psyop, dude. BSV, government psyop. Because guess what happens when you get BSV? Everybody's tracked. I think everybody would be in agreement that we want to keep 21 million Bitcoin because economically we want to be like, okay, one piece of the pie, no debasement. But if the whole protocol is being tracked, nobody is free. The whole point of Bitcoin is that you can have property outside of the system. They can't fucking leech off of it and take it in the form of taxes, in the form of anything to like fucking take it, right? That's the whole point. So when you can track it, and one way you can do that is if you make node running extremely difficult so that the average person can't actually broadcast their own transactions in a private way, that's how you actually attack Bitcoin.
Wicked, I appreciate you. Neil, I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak on some of the things that we've been talking about.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me up. And I've been listening to this from the beginning. And just like from my perspective, a lot of the debate has been about the who, what, when, where, how of BIP110. And for me, and my approach to this, none of that matters. It's decentralized governance, so it's like that's just a shit show. That's going to be crazy, like whatever. To me, the essence is why. So before, like I agree with Wicked. Like this is all about sovereignty and sovereign actors. So like I'm a sovereign participant on this network, and before me, I have two sets of protocol rules. Like I don't care about any of the other shit. I just look at these two sets of protocol rules and I'm evaluating them based on how I use the network, how I participate in this thing called Bitcoin. And like, you know, how does one serve me better? Like, that's how I become a sovereign. That's how I act on this network. I'm picking the set of protocol rules that best serves me. I understand validity. I understand all that stuff, and people are going to, spam and, come up with creative ways to do whatever. Like, I don't care about any of that shit, honestly. Like, the spammers are going to spam, and that's fine. But as a protocol, we get to define the bounds. We get to define what limits, what parameters we are going to operate on. Like, to me, that's the whole, the permissionlessness thing is access to act within bounds, right? The naming and the drawing of the line, the setting of those boundaries, that is completely up for discussion and is always valid. Like every block, we are reaffirming the protocol. So the protocol doesn't, just because the protocol rules were, this last block, that doesn't necessarily mean they
No,
have
the
to be
same block.
the next
Every
wave.
block has the same consensus rules.
Huddle.
I'm just saying Nakamoto consensus is
No,
formed
I mean
by
literally
people
every
Huddle.
block.
acting.
Sorry.
It's formed by people running software. That's the free market working, and we're constantly doing that. And it's not, this idea of inaction is just kind of like absurd to me. But I would just like to focus more on, let's just put these two sets of protocol rules up and explain how one serves your own use case. Look at your transactions. Look at the last 100 transactions you've done. Would anything be affecting you, the sovereign actor? I'm not going to
Q, I know
carry
you're trying to
water
have
for
a
somebody else.
conversation here, but this is a bunch of word salad that's happening right now.
Let him make his point, and then
There's
you
no
are.
point. All right.
Look, there is a point actually, and I think this is my takeaway from Neil. What your rambling is, the intention behind BIP110 is not malintent. It's same as what was the quote from, oh my God, the actor who won the Academy Award for Inglourious Bastards, when they asked him like, how was it to portray evil, and he was confused. We don't ever think that what we're doing is meant to be evil. At its core, all of us, pun intended, are trying to push Bitcoin forward in the way that we believe is right. Now, we may disagree on the path to get there. We may disagree on decisions being made, but ultimately, that is everyone's North Star, regardless of what side of this conversation you sit on. Hodl,
Nah, bro.
floor is
Nah,
yours. No,
dude.
Wicked, Hodl.
I'm at a point where I
Yield the
don't
time to
think
me, Huddle.
Wicked. Hold on. No, hold on. You go right. I'm going to be fast. I don't think there's a point of debating anything anymore. We're about to have two networks. People can make a decision, and if they want to go on the BIP110 side, have fun. Like you can't force anyone to not participate in whatever blockchain they want to participate in. But to say that every block there's different, no, what? No. There's consensus rules, and every 10 minutes, that's what we come to terms with the consensus rules. That's what that every 10-minute block says to us, is that every 10 minutes, we come to terms that we're in consensus. If you want to change that, you're going to create another network. You'll become a shitcoin, but there's nothing to debate. You just do it. I don't know what we're fighting about anymore.
In response to you, Q, when you say we're all trying to do the right thing here and we're all good intentioned, that is absolute horseshit. And I'll tell you why. There are bad people all around trying to fuck with Bitcoin at all times. Bitcoin is one of the most important technologies ever discovered. And to think that there wouldn't be people out there who want to make it stop or want to control it in different ways is just cope. there's constant attacks on this network, and to act like we're all well-intentioned is actually to make it weaker. We need to be more skeptical of each other. We need to be more skeptical of everything that everyone's doing. We need to verify things as best as we can. And I think moving forward, we probably will in the advent of the democratization of intelligence, where some of us who may have not been able to verify these things now can. This technology will never stop being attacked by bad people. And just because the bad people attacking it are doing so in ways that are obscure and psyopy, and then fool others, who don't understand the psyop into following them off the cliff, I'm not saying those ones following them blindly are bad. I think they are well-intentioned for the most part. Who knows, right? I mean, we just never know. But the point is, just think about the BSV example, right? Bad. You know it's bad. I know it's bad. This motherfucker was trying to, control Bitcoin. No doubt. It had a lot of plebs who got caught up in it and thought to themselves, that sounds great. Like free transactions for everybody. We can scale this thing to the whole world. They just didn't understand the psyop and the attack and the evilness behind it. They got caught up in the narrative, and they're not bad for it. But the one who started it, the one who pushed it out in the first place, they're the evil ones. And we have to be able to identify when that shit happens and then not be split by it, right? Like, we can't let ourselves be divided by these dumb ideas that cause us to fork from one another.
Look, again, my North Star is always what will help Bitcoin. And I do agree that there are people with the intention of harming or trying to halt the growth of Bitcoin. Again, my point remains that even those people, they believe that by doing those actions, they are good and they are doing something righteous and right.
I think they're
That's not what it's
spooks,
about.
Q.
That's not what it's
I think they're
about.
spooks. I think these
Well,
people
sure,
are
of
spooks,
course.
and they understand that the general
Exactly.
public doesn't understand Bitcoin, and they're going to bamboozle them with a bunch of things that sound really good. That's what's happening. That's
Here's
what's
the
been
thing,
happening.
Q. They're not even trying to actually stop the growth of the network. They want it to grow. When you grow the network, if you can completely surveil it, that gives you tax revenue. It actually continues your regimes forever, because now you have a method of actually extracting value from this asset. And it actually doesn't end up killing you. It makes you stronger. So the real battle here is actually the surveillance state trying to fucking put its tentacles into Bitcoin. And if we don't stop them from doing that, that's when things get fucked up for all of us.
Think of the narratives. Think of the narratives that were being played since the filterers. This was an emergency because CSAM was going to destroy Bitcoin. This was an emergency because if version 30 got widely adopted, the host of your AWSs were going to start kicking off the Bitcoin nodes, and the Bitcoin nodes would start dropping off, and that would kill Bitcoin. That's what Mechanic's thing was. Mechanic was saying that malware, that version 30 was literally malware that was going to destroy Bitcoin because Amazon's not going to want to host Bitcoin nodes because of CSAM. These are spook tactics.
So we need to think about the cognitive dissonance of this, right? If a person says, think about the two sides of this. Think about, like I said, a really bad fork that you think is bad and a good fork you think is good. If you objectively look at the same scenario and said, like a good fork you think is good, I got basically zero miners, I got basically zero Bitcoin businesses, I got a very, very small percentage of total Bitcoin invested in individuals, and I've got, 8% of node runners on the side of this fork. Bitcoin's broken because those 8% of node runners couldn't make it Bitcoin, the rules they wanted. If you look at that and say, that means Bitcoin's broken, and then you flip 180 degrees, but with the exact same setup, and you say, it's a negative fork, right? Something we all look at as bad, and you say, it's got 0% of miners, basically, close to. It's got almost 0% of Bitcoin businesses. It's got very, very small percent, 1% of Bitcoin invested individuals, and it only was able to muster 8% of nodes. If it was a negative fork we all looked at as negative, we'd say, wow, Bitcoin worked. Those people weren't able to make that Bitcoin. That is pure cognitive dissonance. You have synthesized it into weapons-grade cognitive dissonance, and it is not the fork being good or bad that is of debate. It is you needing to resolve within yourself that impossible element of dissonance. Bitcoin is working both ways. It does not care what your fork is at all. It doesn't care about the composition of it. It says you're going to need a hell of a lot. We're going to need a bigger boat. You know what I mean? Like that's really at the end of the day. And you should look at that and say, for whatever reason, the market rejected that. Bitcoin generalized consensus rejected that attempt, whatever the attempt was. And you have to be sober and clear-eyed and empirical and objective enough to say that, because there's going to come a time where there is a really bad fork that we all agree is bad. And to Darkside's point, at that point, we need to see 85, 90% of all Bitcoin node operators rejecting it explicitly. We want to see, like we did with the big blocks, the vast majority of miners rejecting it explicitly. We want to see the vast majority of exchanges rejecting it explicitly. And that is how we protect Bitcoin.
Hold on. The big blocks. What big miners rejected big blocks?
It was still
Big
there
miners?
was tons of miners that were on board with small blocks in 148 before 148 came to be.
Oh, okay. It's just like, I mean, we have big blocks. We have Bcash. We have BSV.
No,
like,
what
we
I'm
have
saying
these
is
things.
it didn't become Bitcoin because it was deeply unpopular.
Right.
with the vast
It didn't
majority.
become Bitcoin because it can't become Bitcoin.
Yes,
It
and
literally
thankfully,
can't become
thankfully,
Bitcoin.
right? We should all say
It's
thankfully,
not true.
right?
It can. If it had a strong enough narrative that brought enough plebs along for the ride who weren't able to actually determine that it was bad for the long-term health of Bitcoin, then it would have had the economic majority and likely would have eventually had the most proof of
Yeah.
work.
Okay. If the
And that is
information didn't
Bitcoin,
get out,
right?
but I think
That is Bitcoin.
people understand that Bitcoin is supposed to be decentralized, and by that, like by the time Bcash forked away and BSV, I think people understood that the chain needs to be as small as possible, so you're able to do IBD in the far future. I think that's something that people came to terms with long ago, and all those things loosen the consensus rules. So, in my opinion, if you're going to try to loosen consensus rules for arbitrary reasons, you're going to get an automatic shitcoin. If you're going to try to constrain the consensus rules without enough support, you're also going to get a shitcoin like we're about to see right now. We just haven't seen that yet. We've seen, people have tried to hard fork Bitcoin, or not even hard fork Bitcoin. They tried to deliberately create another fork, which loosens consensus rules, which would always give you a different network. What we're facing now is an evil soft fork.
Well, I want to hang on.
Different.
Hang on. I want to let Puncher75, who has joined the stage, you had your hand up. I wanted to let you chime in and contribute to this because we do need some more BIP110ers up here to defend that side of the narrative. I do not want an echo chamber up here. I want us to have.
Bring Jason up. Jason's the best person to be up here right now, I think.
Jason, put in a speaker request and we'll pull you up.
Jason's a neutral position, so he's good. What's up, Puncher?
Hey guys, I start all my discussions about this from a first principle. Do you believe that Bitcoin, which is a free market and a deflationary system, is compatible with the fiat system, which is by definition inflationary, and if it became deflationary, it would cease to exist. It would unwind completely. Now, a lot of people don't believe that. They think that Bitcoin and the fiat system can peacefully coexist. If you believe that, you and I are not going to agree on anything else after that. Because if you believe what I believe, that Bitcoin is deflationary and that one will eat the other, and that Bitcoin, if preserved, will eat the fiat system, then you'll do everything you can to preserve it as the best money it can possibly be. And anything that detracts from that detracts from the cause of Bitcoin. When I hear people say we all agree, we do not all agree on that. That simple principle. But if we do agree that these two systems are not compatible, then you have to realize that the other system is going to fight with whatever it has. And by the way, it's got some huge advantages. Number one being it can print money out of thin air. And number two, which is equally as strong, is that most people, even most people on this call, denominate their life, their unit of account is still the dollar. You hear people say, we're at 64,000, we're at 64,000. Okay. I would just say, I understand that impulse, but you are thinking in terms of fiat. and you just are. So I'll just say that from a first principle, if you don't agree with me that these two systems are incompatible, then we're not going to agree on much moving forward.
Are you
Most
pricing
of
your
us.
life in Bitcoin?
Well, no, I think most of us use Bitcoin as their
No,
unit of account, Puncher. Like, I
no,
think
no.
most of us do on stage, actually.
Well, if you understand what happened with gold, they captured gold, right? They centralized it, and then they issued fiat as the medium of exchange and the unit of account. That's where we are today, except it's not even backed by gold anymore. What I'm saying is, if you believe that Bitcoin must be preserved as a monetary protocol and that ultimately, over some time frame, it will eat the fiat world and replace the fiat world, then you want it to become the medium of exchange over time. I talked to David earlier. He goes, I use Bitcoin all the time as a medium of exchange, not a medium of exchange, the medium of exchange, and then ultimately the unit of account where our brains will do a shift and we won't look at a hamburger in terms of dollars, but we'll look at it in terms of Satoshis. That may not happen in my lifetime, but anything
It
that
will.
any, well, we'll see. But anything, that's an assertion is what that is. And then finally, I'll say the idea that some people say, hey, stay humble, stack sats, and Bitcoin doesn't need to be protected is fantasy. It is going to come under attack, either whether now or in the future, by the most powerful economic system to ever exist. And we should be aware of that, and we should be hyper paranoid about it, which is what I am. But if we don't
Thank-
agree on the first principle, then we're not going to agree on anything.
Bro, we agree on so much, dude. Like, we need to have a conversation after this and work this out. Because I think I can teach you some things about how I'm seeing things now. But anyway, that's for later.
Great. I'm willing to learn. I've been around for my paper route has been a long paper route. I'm 59 years old now. Seen a lot, though. Always willing to learn. I have very strong opinions, loosely held. I'm a truth maximalist. That's it.
I want to just remind everyone we have a couple new faces up in the speaker pool. Please make sure you are raising your hands. I will mute everyone if we start talking over each other. This is supposed to be a healthy discussion and debate. We start attacking one another, you will be kicked off the stage without warning. Jason, Gary, welcome to the stage. Gary, I'll turn it to you because I feel like you had something you wanted to say in regards to what Puncher was talking about.
I have a quick question if it's
Go ahead, Matt Cox.
I just want to know if BIP110 actually stops CSAM.
No, it does
It's not
not.
about
Next
stop
question.
spam. It's not about stop spam.
Straw man.
It's
Well,
about sending a message.
we're just
No,
answering the
it's
question.
CSAM.
No, it does not. We can
CSAM
move on.
specifically. CSAM specifically.
No,
It does
it's
not. We can move on.
to send a message to the
Hey,
spammers. That's what this is
good
about.
good afternoon, guys. Gary here.
CSAM angle is a psyop, so just stop focusing on it.
But it's important.
It's not because it doesn't actually stop it. Okay, sorry, Gary. Go ahead.
That was my question.
Which is what I answered. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, yeah, to Puncher's point on this viewpoint of two properties or two constructs coexisting together and being antithetical really sets us up for, okay, well, every morning I'm gonna wake up and the whole thing's a war. It's finite. It's either a win or a lose. See, if that's true, Punch, Bitcoin will get destroyed. Like, I don't even know how that construct is a good pitch for Bitcoin because you're going up against something you can't beat with that attitude. Like, that's the whole story of the Trojan horse. They didn't lead with their chin that they were showing up on the Isle of wherever and we're going to try to rape and pillage and take over everything. They did it very quietly, and we're doing it so loud. I don't know how you think that gasoline and matches coexist. Weapons and peace do exist. I have a lot of weapons. There's peace around me all over the place. Republicans and Democrats coexist. Communism and liberalism. I mean, I don't get this finite viewpoint from a Bitcoiner that says it's got to be one way or the other, dude. And you set up a relationship where I'm like, wow, well, I guess if it's just based on that, And it's not loosely held. It's very firmly held, man. I mean, this is what I hear from you over and over. How
I
can I
know.
possibly ever have an agreement whether your skin is white or tan or whether you're a good person or I'm a good person or a valuable person? I mean, dude, we're going to argue over everything if it's black and white. And I think you're on the losing side of the equation.
Okay.
If that is the Bitcoin view, is that it is pure war
It's not. It's not.
and it's only
I
one way, you guys will get crushed. I should actually
That's true.
divest.
That's true,
Okay.
actually.
Not everybody's going
It's
to agree
true,
with you,
Gary.
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 When I
But
when I
that's
got
not
into Bitcoin, I was an end defender. I used to before Bitcoin. I want to end the Fed. I was a Ron Paul guy. I was all about it. And then as time went on, I stopped caring as much about the Fed. I stopped caring as much about fiat. I really don't care if it exists or it doesn't exist. It's not my problem. I opted out of that
Exactly.
system.
All right.
That's
can I
Yeah,
Let me know when I can
but
respond.
but you can get
you don't
dragged
take the
back into
attitude
it.
that the other people are parasites or that they're going to die
Nobody
or
said they're
become
Well,
parasites.
contagious
but
They're
for the
red
rest of the
herrings.
world.
I am saying they're
It's not a red
parasites.
herring,
If
dude. Not when you use words
Gary,
like antithetical.
Gary, if they have full visibility and control over Bitcoin and they have full surveillance over every movement, they will 100% be parasites on the network. They will tax everything that you do. They will know everything that you sell or earn in
Yeah. It
Bitcoin,
does make
and they will
listen.
extract value forever. Because
If you don't
once you can start surveilling it, it never ends, bro. This is a chain
the
that is
the
fully
problem
open.
the problem with the UTXO
Well,
model is
you
that if you
you
don't
you built
know,
a product that is easy to surveil, dude.
No, but
well,
we are building. Wait,
Gary,
wait,
so
here's
hold on.
the other thing, Mr. Hodl. Wait a second. We're building things around it now. The application layer, which obfuscates that visibility. And guess what's trying to be stopped, Gary? Just think about it, bro. The fucking application layers that obscure this shit, dude. We're connecting them all with Lightning. We're building these things. They're fucking really hard to track. Okay, and if you can't track it, then you can't fucking control it. That's what we're trying to
Literally
build
the
on top
Trojan
of this.
horse.
V
It's
28,
literally
29, 30, 31. All these core versions are literally fucking updates that are making these things possible. And there's people
I'll
out
give you
there who are trying to stop it, but they're trying to stop it
if
for the wrong reasons, dude. They've been psyoped. The real reason is because it makes the government lose control. It makes the government lose sight of where the Bitcoin is actually moving and who is moving it and who is sending what to who. Bitcoin is pseudonymous on the on-chain layer, on the base layer, but if you're not careful, it will be tracked. And that's the problem, is that most
it's
people
not
aren't
just
careful. So we need to build these
it's
second
not
layers
just
where it won't be tracked.
it will be tracked. If you don't understand the UTXO model, it literally becomes the perfect one world state currency where they could just see everything. Like that's the whole
Correct.
point. Is that this gives you the UTXO model? Yes, you have. We could see the 21 million coin cap that can't ever be inflated. That part is great, but if you don't understand the UTXO model, it becomes that currency that all the conspiracy theorists were talking about, a one world government currency. That will become Bitcoin if we're not careful. It had to become open the way it was in the very beginning, or else if it came out like Zcash, it wouldn't have a chance. The only way this would have worked is if this was completely open, and as time went on, we improved the privacy. There is no way Bitcoin could have came out of the box. First of all, when you have a complete private currency like Monero and Zcash, you don't have the full amount. You can't audit the supply. And Satoshi tried to solve a very specific problem, not the privacy problem. Privacy problems could get solved down the line with technology. He tried to solve the double spending problem. And that's the one thing that Satoshi kind of figured out. But if you don't understand the UTXO model, if Bitcoin becomes this widely adopted and most people are using custodial services, then Bitcoin does become the one world currency that basically everybody was against for so long. That's what people used to talk about before Bitcoin was out, that we have these world governments that are trying to create a one world currency. And if we're not careful, Bitcoin will become that, but not in the way we like.
And guess what happens when they extract value forever over time because they have it all tracked? guess what happens to the amount of Bitcoin they have over time and the influence they have over the network when it's constant extraction? It fucking centralizes the Bitcoin because they can watch it all and hoover up coins for taxes, and then they fucking get control. You have to make this bitch fucking private, dude. The cat's out of the bag. It needs to be private now. No more ifs, ands, or buts.
No, because I will push back on this because I think Hodl, you bring up a really great point. Once we become completely private, who's to say that when I present that I have 10 Bitcoin, how can you validate that? I think the pseudo anonymity of
Do it on
Bitcoin is
chain.
the pseudo anonymity of Bitcoin is a feature, not a bug. It is not private intentionally, but if you want the privacy, you can take those steps to be self-sovereign, to buy
That's not good enough.
non-KYC. Hang on. You can take the steps to buy non-KYC Bitcoin. This is where, Gary, I think some of your points this last week are incorrect. And the
It's
importance,
impossible. It's
hang
impossible to buy
on.
any
I let,
meaningful
Guess what
amount of
just happened to
I
all
non-KYC
the
have
Bitcoin.
cold
let,
card people? All
I
the
have
no
let,
KYC cold card people completely fucking docked.
God, I love the fact that I'm the host. I love you guys. I respect your opinions. I let each of you speak. We're going to let each other speak. And right now, I get to speak. So, as I was saying, this is why the importance of self custody is immensely important. Even if you buy KYC Bitcoin, once it's in my self custody, no one can stop me from sending it. So, Gary, if you have a wallet and I have a wallet and we agree on a transaction, I can send you Bitcoin and there, no one's going to stop. No one can be that intermediary. That is the importance of self custody. That is the importance of Bitcoin. And the fact that it's a pseudonymous ledger that you can verify before we enter a deal and I say, hey, I do have 10 Bitcoin, here's the address, and you can confirm it for yourself. That is the importance and beauty of what Bitcoin is right now. Okay. Class is
You're
in
not seeing the
Yo,
big
session.
picture.
Can I
I'm
respond to
gonna
that
jump and go
since you
talk about
mentioned
how Bitcoin needs to be
Wicked,
more
yes?
private.
Wicked,
Can I
You
hang
guys
on.
been
respond?
Yes.
great
Q
guys though.
mentioned me. Wicked, could you just give me a second? So Q, I don't know you. I've never met you before. I would like to just take a chunk of this and say I totally agree with you on what you said. You said that if you and I know each other, Bitcoin is a way for you and I to do a trade privately, subject only to our wallets being exposed. If somebody could track all that back, they'll know who we are. But that you and I can do a private transaction. Okay, I totally agree with you. I think that's really awesome. And by the way, I have done transactions like that. However, what I am saying is that in order for Joe Schmo to do this on scale, I actually think this is what Bitcoin should be used for: is larger transactions between principals, whether it's for privacy purpose or efficiency purposes. I don't really care. There's a lot of characteristics to Bitcoin, not just one or two. So I just want to say I agree with that. I still don't understand if you're going to go from it. I have a new technology. It's the greatest technology in the world. I'm going to lead with my chin for 17 years with this. This is the only way this exists. If I destroy the enemy, Bitcoin will lose that battle.
But Garrett, we have not been leading with our chin. We
Yes,
were
you
lucky.
have. Yes, you have.
Oh
You've
man,
told
come on,
me
man.
you have made
I
so much
listened to
fun
you.
of
All
the
right, forget it.
legacy industry, though, dude. Come on. You have absolutely led with your chin.
Gary, we've done the sly
Okay.
roundabout way. If they wanted to kill Bitcoin in the crib in 2011, it would have been easy.
They thought you were
We are at
joking.
the point now where the fight is going to happen. They are well aware. The reason Bill and Keone sit in jail today and have had their freedom taken from them, whether you like them or not, is because privacy on Bitcoin was an imminent threat that must have been dealt with regardless of the law. They railroaded those guys into jail for a non-crime. Okay? What I'm saying is, if Bitcoin gets trapped as a store of value and USDT becomes medium of exchange, and therefore the dollar remains the unit of account, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I mean, I hear you saying that the fiat world will die. It must die for Bitcoin to have a great future. That's what I hear.
I'm not saying number won't go up. I'm saying the
No,
dream
I didn't say anything
of
about the number
FUM.
go up, dude. I said
I
that
know.
you say that the entire system has to fail for
Over
Bitcoin to
time,
survive.
yes, it will.
Okay.
These two
How
systems
many how
are
many
not.
how many centuries? How many centuries, dude? Because if
Gary,
it's
I
not,
said I don't know, Gary. Anybody who tells you timing
that's
on
right.
anything is
You
lying
don't
to
know.
you.
That's
Well,
right.
I never
The
said I
UK,
did. You're acting like you just won an argument. I never
yeah,
said I
but
knew the
your
timeline.
conversation,
What
if
I'm
I'm the
telling you
public,
is,
if I'm Joe
we're,
audience, I'm listening to you say
I
that
don't
total
care.
devastation has to come to this fiat copycat
I don't
duplicate
care about the
world,
audience.
and
You seem
Bitcoin will do
obsessed.
well.
You seem
Well, I'm
obsessed
not
with
just
what
talking to one
people.
dude. I would never have a conversation with you just one on
Okay,
one
fine.
for the shit for shits, okay? Because it's
Okay,
not a
Gary.
communication.
I'm not
There's an
here. I'm
audience
not
here, whether
here
you
as
like
the
it or not.
marketing arm for Bitcoin. Some people aren't going to make it, man.
Okay. I love and respect you both. We're not going to do this. We're not going to attack each other. We're going to let each other speak, finish our points, and then continue. Puncher, you can make your points, and Gary, you can rebuttal once Puncher is done.
Q, with all due respect, we're really not playing by the rules. Some people have their hand up, and other people are just jumping in when they feel like it. So let's.
You're right, but guess
Okay.
what? I write the rules.
Okay. Well, the rules aren't being equally applied. How about that?
Of
All right. Listen,
course.
Gary, I'm not here right now in this space worried about what the average person thinks of us. We are, in my opinion, at an existential turning point. So I'm talking to Bitcoiners about what Bitcoin is and what we want it to be. Can you explain to me how a deflationary system and an inflationary system coexist peacefully together over time?
How is this about a BIP110 debate? I'm just curious.
No, I know.
Because it
We've
goes to
kind
the
of.
core principle of, is this a monetary network which must be preserved as such and allowed to develop as the world's monetary protocol? If you don't believe, if you don't agree on that, you're not going to agree on anything.
Don't we all? I think we all agree that Bitcoin's purpose is money. I don't know that anyone even on stage
No,
would
we
disagree.
actually don't. We don't, Q, at all.
On the
Who?
stage?
Wait, hang on. Puncher, who doesn't agree with that?
I talk on spaces for 3 hours a
I
day,
don't
every
care
day
who.
for
Hang
3
on.
years. I'm
I don't
about to
care.
tell you who.
Puncher, who on this stage right now? Who on this stage right now doesn't
Gary,
agree?
Gary.
All right, Gary, you have been called out specifically. You can rebuttal.
And
I asked the question.
what don't I punch
How
what don't
does
I agree on?
how does a deflationary
Hmm.
monetary system and an inflationary
Yeah.
monetary system that has to have inflation, how do they peacefully coexist together over time?
And what does peacefully coexist mean? What does that look like to
They're
you?
fighting. One's going to win
And
and
over
one's going to
time, what does
lose.
that look
It's a
like?
war. One's going to win, one's going to lose.
Okay. And over what time period, sir? I think it's relevant.
It's not. Oh,
If we're going to if we're
okay.
going to define this end of the world event, of course it's is it going to happen tomorrow?
You keep throwing out tomorrow. What? I
Well,
said
this is the
over
reason,
time.
Punch, because you know what?
Undetermined
Bitcoin and
time
fiat.
period.
Okay, can you
Undetermined
just
time period.
okay? Well, that I can say that you're the entire organism known as mankind will not exist, will not coexist with anything one day. I mean, fuck, bro.
All
Nobody's
right,
gonna live that
You're
way.
not.
Okay,
I'm
you're
Gary,
not.
Gary,
look,
I'm
look.
Gary.
asking you to
Hang on.
answer the question. You're not.
Q. It's ridiculous not to put a time frame on something that's
Okay.
suggesting
10 years.
that it's
10 years. There's your
antithetical.
time frame.
Yeah.
10 years.
Okay. For 15 years, Bitcoin has coexisted with the fiat world, and it will coexist for another 10 years for certain.
Okay, that's an
Like
assertion.
I
That's not a
don't
fact.
understand.
Gary, you're
Well,
avoiding
it
my
has
question. You're just
excuse me,
avoiding
it
my
has
question.
coexisted for 17 years with fiat, without fiat dying, without mass war. It has that is
Without
a
mass
fact,
war,
guys.
the reason we attacked
Like
Iran
without
and
mass war
Libya
over
and
between the
Syria.
two.
As much as I would love nothing more than to talk about endless wars, and everyone who knows me knows I will not shut up about the ongoing conflicts in my homeland of Iran, we've lost the plot. So we're going to bring it back to BIP110. As much as I think that BIP110 can be a distraction or a waste of a time, the point of this is to have a healthy discourse and conversation with those we disagree with. So I kindly ask that we return to that North Star and we return to the conversation of BIP110. I have introduced both Bitcoin Anon and Patrick to the stage. Neil Mount Gox, I know you had your hand up, but I want to give each of our new BIP110 speakers an opportunity to speak. Daniel, please do not leave me hanging alone right now.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
It's too bad that Hodl and Wicked left because I think this is a little more relevant to them. But Daniel, hopefully you'll be my foil on this. In previous conversations with them, we were talking about specifically op return, and they were saying that after raising the op return limit this time around with Core 30 and 31, that Core should really just open it up to the block size limit because that's just what makes sense. And to me, that's perfectly relevant to why I'm supporting 110 because I'm trying to prevent that direction. Because after that point, then the obvious conclusion will be, well, we should just change it at consensus level to increase it to that size for even more things. And I want to stop that directional movement of allowing more and more data. I can't make the economic argument against stablecoins, right? Because they're economic. I can make the economic argument against spammers because it's not economic. They're buying block space to do storage. They're not doing it to transact or purchase anything off the chain. They're just storing crap on the chain. I want to stop the stablecoins from coming onto the base layer, but I can't do that if it's already happening, right? Like I can't prevent that in the future. I can stop it today before it happens. So I'm an anti-innovation person. I want no innovation on chain unless it's security stuff because I see that coming, and I don't want to basically give a booster shot of vitality to the fiat system and say, oh, sure, we're all going to start buying treasuries and Bitcoin's going to help you do it by putting stable coins on the chain. I want to oppose that as much as possible. And you can call it a virtue signal. You can call it a meaningless gesture. You can call it symbolic. It's been highly effective. So I'm going to support anything that does that.
So are you asking me to, were you kind of implying that I would respond to that, or I just...
No, you don't have to. I was hoping Wicked or Hodl would, but if you want to, you can.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess there's a lot packed in there, and the whole concept of sending a message to say Bitcoin's only about this, you know, I don't know. I think I think the effectiveness of messages is that part of it is not really effective at all. I think the objective code part of it is not obviously effective at stopping spam or even really mitigating it to any detectable degree. The one thing BIP110 would be effective in is shifting the balance of development gravity. I don't want to say power because it's not like it's power in Bitcoin, but gravity towards like Luke and Co. That's what it would do. That's the only thing I think it absolutely would do. But when you talk about opposing anything really that's a feature addition to Bitcoin and stuff, I think I really just disagree. I think you shouldn't hold that view. There's many more things we need in Bitcoin to even do a basic good job at potentially being a medium of exchange someday. You know, I think two of those I would throw out are, you know, reactive covenants and probably a ZK verifier. If we wanted to actually scale to anything, not even full humanity, but anything even approaching, like we would need more. And the implicit statement, if you oppose those things, is I never want Bitcoin to really be a viable medium of exchange, just technically because it couldn't. So I would hope for that reason alone, we don't ossify right now. So
I'm speaking in a little bit in absolutes to make an illustrative point. Think about it this way. How long has CTV been out there?
A long time, 5 years, 6 years. I mean, when the first time I met Jeremy did it. Yeah.
So I want to see organic market support for any feature that gets added. I don't want to see investment pumps getting behind things and then new features getting added. So when it comes to decentralizing development, I like that things are shifting away from core. That's why I'm supporting it, because I want them to shift away. However, if things shifted too far to the Luke mechanics side of things, I would oppose that as well.
So here's something specific to what you just said, right? You said, yeah, I want it to be, you know, an outcry or, you know, very clear that we should add something. And this is a cautionary tale on waiting for the outcry, because an outcry could take many forms, right? It could be very positive, like, oh, we all want this, and we're saying kumbaya at the same conference, right? Or an outcry could be an outcry out of pain. And very ironic that, and I'm not saying all 110ers here, but I did go and look up just about every prominent 110er. You know, I'd put like Dathan, Luke, Crater, you know, just all the people who are really well-known 110ers and like the very outspoken plebs that people associate with it. And nearly everyone over the last 2 years has made a straight plain text statement. We should not allow in covenants before we get our thing. Effectively, permutations of that. Some explicitly that line, right?
Wait, Luke wants covenants.
Well, no, he does, but he has explicitly said, I mean, I have the screenshots, oh, sure, we want covenants just as soon as we get our way and we get to throw core out. I mean, it was literally almost word for word that. And I'll send you the screenshot if you don't believe me, but almost every one of those individuals have made the statement, we're not allowing this in until we get our thing. Some have made quid pro quo statements like, we'll trade you, that sort of thing. So here's the issue, I think, with 110 and even the thinking that like we need this outcry. Unfortunately, we have now gotten an outcry from covenants. If people on the space aren't aware, reactive covenants have this ability that we don't have today in Bitcoin, where you can pre-declare an address that coins can go to beforehand, right? So a predetermined destination. Right now, every destination is manifest by what you do, the transaction you attempt, not something that was already codified in your like setup. So this predetermined address could be like a safe-ish custodian. Like let's say you trust River. You don't want your Bitcoin on exchange, but if you had to pick one, you trust River. I'm just throwing them out as an example. I happen to use them. But you don't want to always have your coins there. But what reactive covenants allow you to do is say, let's say you had a circumstance with Cold Card where you had weak entropy and your coins are exposed to this attacker. So basically the attacker and you effectively have the same private key. So you can both sign transactions. The one transaction the attacker is not going to sign is anything that deprives them of the coins, because the whole fucking point is getting the coins, right? So what reactive covenants allow you to do is, if this attacker was to say, I have your private key, send it to my address, my attacker address, the reactive covenant takes precedence and says, okay, let's put the brakes on that send, right? Effectively, I'm just speaking in like high level terms so people understand. Let's put the brakes on that. Let's delay that for, let's say, 2 days worth of blocks, right? It gives you this period where you, a person who has the exact same private keys now as the attacker, can jump in and say, actually send those coins to my predetermined safety address, which sort of overrules whatever the fuck is happening right now and goes, boom, you're going there. And would have, if it was there, right, 2 years ago, if we had agreed and we not had this sort of obstructionist sort of mentality and got it in, there could have been some people using wallets to construct those who would have been saved, because they would have had this opportunity to say, uh-oh, shoot, I better bail out to my safe address. So now we have an outcry for this feature. Unfortunately, the outcry is people who have lost everything. I would have rather us kind of read the tea leaves a little bit. So contrary to what your argument was, I would have rather some people who maybe are a little more technically adept, even if other people don't understand the need yet, go, you know what? I think there could be a big problem in the future, and we should probably check this box. And that's just one point I'd like to illustrate of why I would disagree with your debate argument.
Yeah, I respect
so
that.
Let me hang on, Bitcoin and on. Just let me, because Daniel did say the magic word, I do have to cut for an ad break and just remind everyone that while there are custodial exchanges that exist, Bitcoin Well is the only non-custodial exchange available in the United States. We are available practically everywhere you can breathe air on planet Earth. So if you would like to switch your buys to a non-custodial exchange where you are buying Bitcoin sent straight to self-custody, hop on over to bitcoinwell.com, use promo code podcast so I can keep my job, please. That is all. Bitcoin and on, back to you.
Yeah, I respect the intent with what you're wanting to do. I see innovation as threat. I cannot separate those two concepts in my head because the unknowns that come with it to me are as equal of a risk, and they're unknown unknowns. I'm actually speaking against my own interest a little bit with the covenants thing. Covenants would actually help me solve a big problem with what I'm actually building myself. But I care so much about that fear and concern that I'm building it on Liquid instead, because I can solve that problem without having to need it on the base layer. I don't want to see forward-looking experimentation on the base layer unless it's something that we know for a fact the entire community needs and is willing to support the soft fork to do it, right? Now, I haven't seen that happen yet for CTV, or else we would have a soft fork proposal for it. So I would suggest people do that, and then we can see what happens with it. But I just don't think there actually is the support for it.
Well, there's an interesting counterpoint there, right? And this is going to tie right into the 110 debate.
I know where it's going.
I would argue that the support for covenants, even if it's kind of last before the brakes got hit on everything, was far more than the 8, would flag even far more than the 8% of effectively nodes, right? After the deduping that the one fellow did from Ocean this last couple of days with the stats, far more people would have been supportive of it. So if that's the case, and we're using 110 as a guidepost, like that should have activated. Like we should be angry that Bitcoin isn't working because like far more people supported that than support 110.
But the difference is it wasn't proposed, was it?
No. I mean, definitely CTV had activation clients for sure. Like Jeremy had those. That's what people were mad at him, actually. They were mad at him because it's so ironic, dude. They were mad at him because they felt like he overstepped and he like went too far into the implementation side and sort of trying to force people to either adopt or not with, not quite as contentiously as the 110 fork. But it was there. I mean, it was right at that point. And it had more support than this does. So if we looked at Bitcoin as being successful for saying that wasn't enough support, Bitcoin successfully metered out or filtered out something that was not as supported, it is cognitive dissonance to turn around with this 110 thing and say, okay, well, here's something with even less support, and we're going to cry about Bitcoin not working because it isn't able to take over Bitcoin's consensus rules. I just think that that's like,
Did we lose the space?
No, I just think Daniel got cut out. Pubby, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. What's up?
Been a long time. Welcome to the stage. Welcome, Elvis. Please, again, keep raising hands. We will continue the conversation about BIP110 so long as you guys will humor us, so long as everyone is respectful. I know, Daniel, you got kind of cut out there. If you're able to come back on, let us know. Otherwise,
I'm still here. I just don't know
Okay.
at what point I got cut out, so I didn't know really.
You were talking about activation clients around CTV, and 110 is the precedent. You're actually concerned that, like, why don't we, if we're basing it off of 110, I'll let you take it off from there.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, we had similar circumstance where there was an activation push. There was a push for that, and it had greater support than 110 does now. And I think we either have to be consistent in our views and not be cognitively dissonant. If it was the right thing that the network did not adopt CTV at that point with more support from the plebs versus not, then we have to turn around and say, well, Bitcoin's acting and behaving exactly the same with 110. It's not Bitcoin that's changing. It's our perception of the change. Some people are like, we really want this change. This is a great change. But it's like the mechanism is not changing. And so we have to be objective and clear-eyed about how we view it, I believe.
My only question is, why didn't it activate then? Because I don't have a problem with people proposing things they want to activate. My only concern is if it happens or not, right? Like if I want something, I'm going to support it. Even if it's not going to activate, I'm still going to support it.
It just wasn't popular enough. I mean, there were enough devs, I think core devs that were like, oh, okay, well, and this is a valid concern, I think, that they had. There are other probably better and more robust covenant solutions, like that had the recursive covenant stuff that people had come out with after. So it's almost like, hey, CTV was good, but then there were like other even better art out there. And so I think that kind of made them want to say, I don't want to pull the trigger on this if we'll get some overarching umbrella covenants thing that is like supersedes it, So I think that was part of it. There was good reasons. And then, there was enough prominent folks outside of core who weren't fully sold. And the one thing people have to understand about the rejection of soft forks and new features is that it's far easier to have a minority reject a change to Bitcoin and a change in consensus rules than it is to have a very small minority, force the change. Like that's something there's an asymmetry there, and people need to understand that. Rejection, because Bitcoin favors not stagnancy, but it kind of favors the status quo to be conservative. That's how it's set up technically, effectively. So I would just think about that.
I want to ask a question, and then Patrick, I'm going to turn it over to you. But Daniel, my question for you is like, Taproot was not a consensus update. It was kind of forced upon all of us, was it not? Am I again, not the tech savvy one. I am not the technical person, so correct me if I'm wrong. But my understanding was Taproot was more or less forced upon all of us.
Well, Taproot had broad, even three constituencies that matter, right? When we talk about consensus forming, it really is an ecosystem-wide, motion, effectively, and it's very dynamic and fluid. There's the three constituencies of miners, Bitcoin businesses, which I throw exchanges and just kind of anyone supplying a Bitcoin service, and then all Bitcoin holders, invested individuals, which includes node runners. There's the three main constituencies. they broadly supported in different ways and showed support for Taproot. There was people there much more discussion among the average Bitcoin holder, many more exchanges committed dev resources to it. Core was overwhelmingly in favor of it. Many more nodes ran supportive code for it. So I would say that's the reason it's different. It just broadly had more community consensus. So yeah.
Patrick, I know you've waited patiently. I'll turn it over to you. Daniel, thank you for that.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Quick ad read. Cold card. I'm just kidding. No, but sorry about that. But I'm kind
Well,
of
actually, I just want to say one thing
Yeah.
because I brought it up earlier. There is issues going on with BTC Pay server. Anyone who is listening who is unaware, please check out the posts that are pinned in the nest. Please make sure you are safe. If you need help with what's going on, clarity, feel free to reach out to any of us at Bitcoin Well. We are happy to help regardless of what the issue is. We just want everyone to be safe, be aware, keep your stack safe. That is all. Continue, Patrick.
Thank you. So, jokes aside, I think the main thing like behind the BIP110 movement, aside from all the disagreements with Core and whatnot, is I just don't want to see, as fun as pump.fun is, I don't want to see Bitcoin become like a lamer version of pump.fun and crowd out like the eventual monetary use case, which is its main use case, right? Like I hear all these people saying, oh, well, what about this use case or that use case? It kind of reminds me of the early days of email. Like, there was a spam use case for email. A lot of companies popped up to take advantage of that and made a pretty decent fortune in the early days. I just don't want, all these different conferences are promoting like shit coins and all kinds of other things that have nothing to do with Bitcoin. And I'm just worried that we're going to keep on going in that direction and it's just going to become another kind of useless kind of, crypto.
Well, okay. We did talk on the conference side of it, and I will kind of bring up that point, and I present this as a question to all of the BIP110ers in this room, because my feelings on all of this, I've made clear from the start. I've tweeted about this. I think ordinals are dumb. I do not participate. However, I also do not believe I have the right to tell you or anyone else what you can and cannot do, especially with a decentralized network. So my question for the BIP110ers is, why do you think you have the right to tell others what they can and cannot use Bitcoin for?
I can take that.
Well, just real briefly, right? Like for example, I, as a libertarian, think that all drugs should be legal, but I also think that as far as property rights, people should be able to protect themselves and defend themselves. Like if all of a sudden some like idiot politician says it's okay for people to start using heroin around like churches and schools and shit, like you should. It's just like the whole wall debate. I think that the government's inept and very stupid, and most of the shit they do is a waste of time, right? Like, but
And money.
a wall isn't going to keep illegal drugs from flowing in, because most illegal drugs come in through the borders legally in very advanced ways, right? But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to stop it, right? If we know it's harmful, we should try to stop it. And overall, in the long run, it could become very harmful, right? Like the initial syncing with the blockchain can become much more difficult if this gets out of hand, right?
Well, can we address that technical point? Just that specific technical point. If people are afraid, and this is good news, right? I hearken good news. If people are afraid about their node getting impossible to run, back when we set the effective weight increase to 4 megabytes per block, 1 megabyte actual if you're using, say, Opreturn or something for some reason, but 4 megabytes if you're using, SegWit. That rate of accrual is linear. So even if you were to fill Bitcoin, doesn't matter what type of transaction, spam or monetary, whatever, if you were to fill it today and every single block was 4 megabytes from now till the end of time, the cost and efficiency and capacity curves of storage and bandwidth, which they're named, but you can look them up, they are growing at a rate that overshoots that linear growth of Bitcoin block space, storage and otherwise, by like, well, I mean, we're talking over 50%, 100%, in some cases like 200% in some estimations of this. So there is no scenario in which your Bitcoin node, even if we were to we're full to the brim with spam, for instance, every block, there's no scenario in which our node does not get, on average, cheaper every single year to run and continue operating. So like everyone should feel good about that. They should look at the tolerance and the block limits set in there and say, man, that was smart. Like we did the right thing there. Like we didn't overstep. It is well within tolerances, and thank gosh that that's the limit. And we don't have to worry about that. So I hope that at least makes people feel a little bit better.
I could argue this point.
Hold on one
Sure.
second, just so I can bounce off that real quick. So here's the thing, though, like the initial syncing, right? It kind of reminds me of like some of these big Fortune 500 companies trying to adopt some new sauce, some to their tech stack, and they're like, "How long is the implementation going to take?" And if it takes too long, they're like, "Fuck it," like, are we making it harder, than necessary to get new Bitcoiners to run a node, like in general, and like the initial sync? Right, we should be optimizing it to make it easier, and not, help out the less than 1% use case. That is, the people who are doing inscriptions, JPEGs, runes, like all that stuff, which is hilarious. Look, like I think the JPEG stuff's hilarious. Like the pump.fun stuff's hilarious. I did a stupid pump.fun meme coin once, and we had fun for one afternoon, and I knew it was worthless. Right? Like, but it's not something I would want to be on the main monetary network that's supposed to be like our escape boat, right?
Yeah, so Patrick, I understand the concern. I do understand the concern. You want nodes to be as easy as possible, as easy to set up and do first sync as possible. I mean, and again, we have to look at the data and the empirical reality is that every single year, Bitcoin has gotten faster to start a new node and more efficient. Right, we went from weeks. I remember when I used to sync, many years ago, weeks to days. Now we're at hours. In fact, there was some really great updates that just are landing now that are going to decrease about another 20 to 30%. It's not the case that it's going the wrong direction, I guess I would say. And we set the tolerance so that it couldn't go the wrong direction. And one interesting point, I'm not arguing for spam, but people say, oh, if the spam is in there, isn't that going to make it harder? Bitcoin, the spam addition of the growth right now is so exhaust fumey and nascent that it is not really it's not contributing to a percentage growth of Bitcoin even within those tolerances that is really detectable. But let's say people started using the op return at 1 megabyte for a big image. I'm not making the argument for spam here. This is purely technical. Verifying that 1 megabyte as a single transaction that carries 1 megabyte of data versus validating and the signatures on, say, hundreds or 1,000 transactions that are monetary is actually faster. I know that hurts to hear, but and I'm not making the argument for it, but technically it is faster to do one sig check, right? That stands for a big blob of data that you don't even have to process and just, you immediately throw it into block storage than it is to process 1,000 signatures. Signature checking is technically the most CPU intensive. Not that CPU is the bottleneck, but this is just an illustration of the fact that people are sort of worried about things that are important, but those things are not actually the things that are happening. And we have to right size the fear.
I want to bring in other people into this conversation. So Bitcoin and Non, and then Pubby, you will be next. Kello, just have your hand raised, and I want more people to participate, be involved. So Bitcoin and Non.
I was just gonna say I can what's it called? I can debate on this specific topic that Daniel was talking about. Before you switch topics. So Daniel, you're just conflating a few things. You're right that you can verify a lot quicker if it's if it's arbitrary data. And you're right that on the core side they are making it easier and faster to sync the node. But one thing that you're missing is the bandwidth in like third world countries is not going up as fast as the blockchain is growing. So from that point of view, it does take longer over time for them to sync up a node because of the bandwidth constraints. So yes, like in a first world country, it is getting a lot faster for us, but our bandwidth isn't limited there. In places where bandwidth is limited, it does take longer to sync a node over time. But that being said, you cannot stop people from making coffee transactions. And if 1 billion people start using Bitcoin to make coffee transactions, and yes, they're using it as money in that point of view, right? Bitcoin's being used as money as a monetary network, but it's still going to be growing the network at 1 megabyte or 4 megabytes maximum per block on average every 10 minutes. So because we have that limit, that's the only thing we can do about it. And other than that, we have to have consensus to make the block smaller. If you actually have a concern that bandwidth in third world countries is stopping people in the future from syncing up a node just as quick, because their bandwidth requirements are not growing as fast as the blockchain is growing, then the only way we can get on top of that is by reducing the block size. There's nothing else that can stop that at the end of the day.
There's something to think about there. There's something to consider. Okay. Yes, there's different bandwidth growth and technology, propagation is different, right? Across different economies, right? More advanced economies obviously have higher proliferation and faster rates of increase. And very poor economies have sometimes stagnant. Now, if the question of whether this is impacting poor economies is actually dual faceted, right? There's the bandwidth, which still I would argue is at least par with Nielsen's law, which is the bandwidth growth at its lower end, which is still right there on tracking with Bitcoin's growth at max rate if you assumed it was maxing out. But one of the things to consider is I don't actually think that's the thing that's keeping poor people from running Bitcoin nodes. You kind of reach a level at mid-level economies where the node itself, even just to store the data that's currently on chain, spam aside, even if there was no spam, just the data that we've accrued over 16 years, even a very inexpensive node is sort of beyond their means already. So it's not about do I additionally have the amount of money I can spend on bandwidth from here forward? It's am I making a decision between feeding my family and buying a little NUC box that would be capable, even if you change blocks to be 300 kilobytes like Luke wants right now. So I think there's the devil's in the details there. I think once you start kind of tipping below that 50% of the economic ladder in terms of countries, your prohibitive factors switch, right, from the service going forward to what the upfront costs would be. And that's just something to consider. You got to look at the total economic picture.
It's not only it's also the barrier, right? If my bandwidth is not that not the best, if I'm in third world country and the bandwidth's not the best, but I have the money to buy a node, buy the hardware because memory costs go down and CPU costs go down, so I have the means to get that, but I don't want to wait 2 weeks or whatever to download something, right? That is the barrier, and that continues to grow in places that bandwidth doesn't grow as fast. It's just that specific thing.
What I'm saying is the accrual of data, spam aside, even right now that we already have, I'm saying represents a barrier to most of those economies where you're saying, on the technology side.
Yeah, but this adds another barrier, right? This is an additional barrier that continues to grow faster than their bandwidth grows.
But they're not they're run consecutively. It's like sentencing in law. You get 2 charges and you get charged with 10 years. Most of the time they run them consecutively. So you're just in for 10 years, not in for 20, right? They're not sequential. So when you say what's the economic barrier keeping someone from doing this? If they can't afford the device because it needs a baseline amount of storage that would consume even when first synced, period, not assuming the future blocks, it is not compounding. In that sense, do you know what I mean? That's the hard block.
I get what you're saying, but in the scenario where somebody can afford, or they pool together in a village, whatever it is, they can afford the hardware. That's not the cost. That's not the barrier that's stopping them. Though that is an additional barrier. I'm saying there's another barrier with the blockchain growing faster than their bandwidth allows, and it will not yes, they can download it, but for example, it will take them 1 week. Where in a year it will take them 2 weeks, or in 3 years it'll take them a month, because the bandwidth doesn't grow as fast.
Hang on. We're talking in circles a little bit, and I will be really honest with you guys. My takeaway is, as someone who lives in California, who at one point ran a node, tried to restart a node, and it was going to take longer for my node to start. I clearly live in a third world country. So
I mean, these days with good internet, you can sync up a node in a few hours.
Sure, but I think the larger question at play here is not whether or not you can sync up a node, how quickly you can do it, but whether or not you can actually sync up a node, and whether it's economically feasible. The time constraint of the node is actually, in my opinion, less of a concern than the economic feasibility of running the node.
And that's a good point in the sense that, like, what you have to consider is there's a fallacy at play here, right? Okay, you can always just walk down this fallacy lower and lower. Like Luke likes the 300 kilobyte blocks, like he wants that, right? But then I could make the argument, there's a few sub-Saharan African countries where even 300 kilobyte blocks wouldn't be enough. It's sort of like arguing for the speed limit. You're like, hey, if we made the speed limit 1 mile per hour, would there be as many traffic fatalities? The objective answer is no, there probably wouldn't be as many traffic fatalities. Would our economy grind to a halt and the system be less net negative on the system? Yes, that's true. So we have to be clear-eyed again about how we're setting these tolerances. And someone can always come in and make the argument, not every one of 8 billion people on Earth can run a node. And I hope I am not sounding crass here, but like a Bitcoin node operation isn't for everyone in that sense, because you would have to set that, A, you can't go back in time and like undo the block data that's already been done. And then B, like, are we going to set it at 1 kilobyte, just to let them quote unquote catch up economically? There's the practicalities involved here. We just have to be clear-eyed about.
Yeah, I do think there is a slippery slope argument that you guys are both introducing. And again, it goes back to my larger question at play, which is the ethos of Bitcoin is I can contribute and be a part of the ecosystem as much as I choose to be. And if I want to run a node, that is my choice. If I do not want to run a node, that is my choice. If I want to be a public facing person or I want to have a pseudonym, those are my choices. And I think we're kind of getting lost, or at least, again, maybe it's just me. I feel like we're trying to dictate choices for people instead of helping them understand what the difference in the choices are. To your point, Daniel, I do agree that like running a node isn't for everyone. I don't think it's necessary for everyone to run a node, but everyone should have the choice and option. And if there are different variations of a node, we should do our best to inform them on those different choices, not dictate to them and tell them this is the type of node to run because I believe it's the type of node to run. Pubby, you have been patient. I appreciate you. I love you. Please, mic is yours.
Hey, thanks, man. Obviously, been going on some time with this debate, and there's one, and this may not get an answer, but it's something for everyone to think about this process. And earlier, someone had said, "Well, does it solve the spam issue, this BIP110?" And someone says, "Oh, already asked and answered." Well, asked and answered is one thing. What people haven't really taken a step back to look at is this process, because the reason people are here and why this is so contentious is that it was because of that urgency. We have this major spam problem because of the urgency. I won't even get to the CSAM part of it, which is just an emotional browbeating people are taking. Obviously, no one's for that. The urgency and that it's temporary. This is how the entire process got changed, where BIP9, everything was 95% before, even speedy trial, 80, 90%. The reason it got dropped to 55% was because of the urgency of what? Spam, because no one wanted this on their nose. It would be clogged. No one even did the research to say, yeah, once this Ordinal stuff is taken care of, that's a prunable node. What they don't tell you is in that temporary 1 year, the workarounds are such that, hey, guess what? Fake pub key, we'll put it in different fields. All of that information just gets broken to smaller pieces and is permanent. Okay. No one talks about that. So what have we gone from? What used to be a soft fork contentious with a timeout period, 95%, and a timeout, and it's dead, right? What have we turned it into? We've gone down a road to 55%, unheard of. So you may like your BIP110 now. What you're not going to like is this opens the Pandora's box of everything else to come down the pipe, which, hey, last time we had something that was urgent and we had something that was temporary, and now we're going to have 55%. And what are we doing? Now it's at burn the bridges mode. all for a policy they didn't like, a BIP110 that was going to have 7 consensus rules and changes it already. And now we're down to, if you're not with us, you're against us. And you have a guy like Chris. Oh, and this, his words, not mine. It looks like the miners aren't getting the message. Let me dust off this old thing for this proof of work from 2017. You see, what used to be a 95% consensus and a timeout now has mandatory signaling. There's no more timeout. And by the way, we're going to threaten you with a proof of work, that a nuclear option that no one signed up for at the beginning of this. And it's just something to think about. I don't even need an answer, but I just want people to hey, kick that around a bit.
Bitcoin Anon, Patrick.
Yeah, if we could rewind a little bit, Q, to something that you actually asked, which was, for the 110 people, what right do we have to say what can and can't be put on a permissionless protocol? Is that what you asked?
Yes.
Okay, would you mind being my foil for the back and forth on this?
Absolutely.
Okay, so would you agree that, like, in a platonic sense, an ideal money does exist in potential? Like, there is an ideal money?
Yes.
Okay, so when Satoshi built the protocol, would you agree that his intent, his purpose for building the protocol was to materialize, to manifest whatever that potential is as the Bitcoin that we know and love? Was that what he tried to do?
I think you're being too vague. I need you to clarify.
Did Satoshi try to make perfect money?
He attempted to make perfect digital money.
Okay, agreed, fully agreed. Okay, so the protocol has constraints, right? There's things the protocol does, and there's things the protocol doesn't, right? It affords certain action, and it doesn't afford other actions. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, so is it discriminatory when it doesn't allow certain actions? I would argue yes, it does discriminate. So the idea that it's perfectly permissionless isn't true. There's things that it doesn't allow. It discriminates against.
Let's define what it discriminates against. Because to me,
Sure.
when you ask that question, what I see is it discriminates against the double spend. It solves for these issues that otherwise we have been for decades plus. And I say we, not as though I am a cryptographer who is solving these problems, but a more general we. And I think that is a net good. And those are the rules that were established that we all in this room on either side of the BIP110 discussion adopted Bitcoin for. And a question that I posed earlier was that there are claims that there's an exposure that the double spend problem will not be solved with this fork. So while yes, Bitcoin does discriminate against the double spend, I think that if it did not, we would not have Bitcoin as valuable as it is today, and you and I and everyone else listening, paying attention to Bitcoin, would not be.
I think we're in perfect agreement. My point is that all protocols discriminate, and they discriminate for their designed function, right? And this gets kind of into a philosophical question about, okay, what is identity? How do you identify something? What makes an object one thing and not another? Like, why is a table not a chair? And the answer to that is because of its function. One functions optimally for something, and the other does not. Like, you can sit on both. I can sit on a table. I look like an asshole, but I can do it. But it doesn't function optimally as a chair. And Bitcoin functions optimally as money. And anything you're doing to it other than money is abuse. And the definition of abuse is misusing it. So the design of the protocol functions by discriminating against non-monetary uses. And so when we make changes to the protocol, the first question we should ask is, does it discriminate against non-monetary uses? And if the answer is yes, then we're helping it become more perfect money. If the answer is no, we're abusing it.
I could debate this point if you like.
Sure, go ahead.
Please.
So there's trade-offs. I mean, Satoshi didn't make the perfect money from day one, and there's trade-offs that he took that, you know, made it worse money in certain ways, made it better money in certain ways, and it was just good enough to be able to work. That's why a lot of, you know, the early cypherpunks didn't even believe in it from like when they just saw the in the mailing list, because they're like, there's no way this is gonna, you know, this is not good enough. But it was just good enough to be able to survive. So there is trade-offs. So whenever you think of, all right, let's make this the best money, right? Let's discriminate certain things that will not make it better money. You got to look at the trade-offs. is this actually going to hurt it as well? So you have to have that in account. So if you're going to, like for example, in BIP110, you're trying to make it a better money, but in the end, you're shooting yourself in the foot by making it a worse money, even though your intent is good. So it's not always black and white. You got to see the trade-offs of what you're doing.
I think
agree
one
with the
thing.
philosophy of what you're saying.
Hang on. I think one thing that continues to get lost is like everyone behaves with good intent. Whether you believe their intent is good or not is irrelevant. I believe that everything I do with good intent. As I believe that everything that Bitcoin Anon does, he does with the belief of his own good intent. So I that side of the argument, I don't think is as relevant. I think the larger question at play, and to go back to your original point, is what was the problem that Satoshi was trying to solve? And the fact of the matter is, in the lead up to the invention and creation of Bitcoin, the double spend problem was one that eluded cryptographers for so long. And that was the problem that Satoshi solved, that frankly gave the runway to every single shitcoin that has come since Bitcoin, because that problem had been solved for. So now, where my question continues to go and point to, and this is why the longer we've been in this conversation, the less and less I see the merits of BIP110, because you are reintroducing a problem that Satoshi had solved for from day one, which is the double spend problem.
Well, I don't agree that it does that, but Kello, I do agree with the trade-off statement you made. If I could just land the plane and I'll attack the same
Sure,
argument.
we can go back and forth. I don't mind.
Okay, so I'll attack the problem from the opposite direction with my argument. So people may not be familiar with postmodernism, but it has a concept called deconstruction. Deconstruction is where you basically reduce things to their components, and then you can argue the triviality of them. So it's very harmless when you do something in culinary arts, like I'm deconstructing the sandwich and I separate the bacon and the lettuce and the tomato, and I put them next to each other on the plate, and I say, oh, the bread's a crouton, and this is a sandwich. Well, that's not no one's upset by that, because the deconstruction really didn't cause much damage. But I did damage the identity of a sandwich. It's not a sandwich as anyone would want to pick up a piece of bread and carry it with them and eat it. Now, that's very trivial. But when you do that to important things, the abuse is much more recognizable. For instance, if you love a family member and I say, oh, well, love's not real. Love is just a bunch of chemical impulses in your head, and it's a deception, and your love is not important. Okay, well, that's a little bit offensive, but it doesn't end my existence. Now I can ratchet up the gain on that argument even more and say, okay, well, that's not a child. That's a collection of cells and biomechanical impulses in your head. And I can just abuse the identity of a child or a person. I can devalue you as a person because you're just a bunch of components. There's nothing better than the components to what you are. There's nothing greater than the sum of its parts. And that's the argument being made about Bitcoin to abuse it. It's just code. It's just bytes. It's just digits. No. It's money, because the optimal function of Bitcoin functions as money. The suboptimal functions do all the other things you want to do with it by reducing it to components.
I see what you're saying, but I don't think that's like specific, because you can also say, well, Bitcoin is a better money if it's private, but there's a trade-off. If you're going to have privacy on chain, like the signatures are going to be bigger. And, there's a trade-off to everything you'll do. Yeah, it can make it a better money, but there's a trade-off. It'll make it worse in other ways. So, in your idea, BIP110 can make it a better money, but it's worse in other ways. And you have to see that there is negatives to it as well.
I think we're in agreement on that.
Can I ask, you weren't here when I posed this earlier, but I want to ask you, right? So one issue I have with 110 is it kind of goes down a path where I think there's endless subjectivity that can be, it actually opens the aperture and the surface area for argument to a really, really massive degree, because we all start having to question if we kind of installed a regime that was very pro-fork, very whack-a-mole-ish. Okay, we're constantly assessing like what's a proper use of Bitcoin. So I threw this one out there. I think everyone would agree that like payment NIMs, for instance, like the like LNURL or URL-based addressing for being able to pay someone are very useful things, and they're obviously directly monetarily involved. Like you're literally using them to pay people. Those protocols today are incredibly insecure. A lot of the time, the middleman DNS domain ultimately controls. Like if they want to swap out what addresses they serve to the person who's looking up that URL, they totally can. So huge risk. Everyone just kind of doesn't give a shit. Apparently, we need to have like another cold card moment with that probably. But we could get rid of it. We could actually make it so you could securely use like a DNS host to have a cool payment address that's very short and terse, and securely make it so that they could not lie, and really secure it. It would require about 12 to 15 kilobytes per block, maybe, to support the entire planet, like every human being having one of these cool payment addresses that's very secure. And it would take about 10, 12 kilobytes or something per block, maybe 10 transactions, something like that, right? And how you would use the chain is you'd embed these zero knowledge proofs that secured that particular aspect of the payment addresses, and then you also, so that it wouldn't get spammed, ironically I would say, or overflowing, you would have people who were able to write these transactions in have to lock up Bitcoin in a time lock to essentially show you I'm depriving a amount of money for myself far into the future that is commensurate with the number of addresses or operations that I'm proving off-chain with this zero knowledge proof, right? So the system is using Bitcoin in two ways. One, it's using the linear time chain that is actually the thing that removes the security vulnerabilities from payment addresses. And number two, it's using the time lock feature of Bitcoin to act as a decentralized escrow, so I don't have to use trusted intermediaries in the middle. Those are two, in my opinion, very valid uses, monetary uses of Bitcoin. And I'm curious, I think you would split that 110 camp. I think there are people in the camp that would say, no, that's terrible, even though it's literally payment addressing, and you're literally using time locks as escrow, which are two very monetarily involved things. I think that camp would then be thrown into disarray. Do we need another fork? Do we not? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I'm curious what you think of that particular example, and then with the greater argument of what does it cause? This argument surface, subjectivity, all this shit that we have to constantly argue about.
So I'll be honest. I think the topic itself, the bits of it were a bit too complex for me to understand. But I think I understand the principle of what you're saying. I think you're right. You would split the camp. I think people mistakenly look at 110 as a monolith, and there's very fractious different people involved. I don't have an answer for you about where I would fall on that because I don't understand it deeply enough. So I'm not really worried about the idea of people being fractious, though. I think that's part of how Bitcoin functions. And I do think that there is objective reality and objective truth, and that's what I'm basing my beliefs on, what I believe to be objectively true. I can't speak to I can't prove it, right? I'm a religious person, and so I think that you'll probably defer to science, and I won't. So I don't know if that will go anywhere as a conversation.
Well, I'm just trying to highlight that we're going down a path, and this is, I think, objectively true. We would be going down a path with 110 where it wouldn't stop there. They would obviously probably get perturbed that their 7 consensus changes did not work, as we demonstrably will be shown and have been shown. They've worked around them all. The cost increase is basically nothing. They will continue. They'll get pissed off. They'll say, we said it was just about sending a message, but we actually really don't like them and we don't want them here. So let's fork again. And then they'll hit a few moles that they're trying to whack, and then they'll pop up in new holes. And, it's like this endless thing, even with just the spam that's there now. And then we'll get all these other contentious debates about these protocols that I would argue are monetary, but they're kind of you squint and they contain slight non-monetary aspects. And it just is a massive, continual, never-ending argument surface. And I think that is bad for Bitcoin. It splits the community over time. It causes dissent. It's us arguing with each other. It's not the right path to walk down. And that's my debate sort of proposition to you. There are slippery slopes. This is one of them. They do exist. It's a general fallacy, but general for a reason. There are things that are true slippery slopes. I believe this is one of them, and I don't believe we would have an end in sight if Luke and Co were the new centers of gravity for our whack-a-mole adventures together.
I
have a question for Anand.
I want to just double click on something, Dana, that you said that I think is so instrumental in this conversation. The idea of control and being able to dictate what we can and cannot do. My question again to the BIP110ers, or said another way, okay, if this passes, where is the line? Where is the actual line? Because historically speaking, we as human beings as we start to move goalposts little by little, and as we move the line further and further along, oh, this isn't censorship, this is acceptable, this is for the best interest of Bitcoin. Eventually, down the line, we will look back and be like, pardon my French, but what the fuck happened to Bitcoin? And that again is where I come from, of this idea of even a little bit of censorship starts to unlock more and more ideas of what is right or wrong, and who are any of us to dictate what we can or cannot use Bitcoin for to our fellow person. I will always orient and go back to, so long as my Bitcoin is in self-custody, I have the right to do with it as I see fit. And you, if your Bitcoin is in self-custody, have that same right, even if we don't agree on what those decisions are.
My argument goes back to the beginning, where I was trying to say that it is not censorship because it's an incumbent design constraint of the protocol, and that incumbent design constraint cannot be aggression if it's incumbent.
Yeah, I can speak to that too if you want.
Sure, hang on though. I don't agree with that though, Bitcoin or not. Like, I think that you are trying to conflate like what the intentions of Satoshi were with what the code actually has been used for by the market, and the market itself is dictating and determining what it wants to use Bitcoin for. Satoshi like stepped away from being a dev. He wanted to allow the market to dictate these things. So if anything, I am on the belief and understanding that Satoshi wanted the market to decide. He wanted us as users to determine how Bitcoin will be used, and to introduce any form of censorship, let the market decide.
Well, there's many quotes where he's quoting, where he can be quoted, where he's saying that all data should be stored on a side chain.
Satoshi put data in the Genesis block.
Yes, but
exactly.
That was hard coded. It wasn't mined in, and it's in the Coinbase, and anyone can still do that. We're not trying to change that, but he did it as a signpost saying, "Here's my intent."
But that's ridiculous to say certain ways are allowed and certain ways are not.
No, it's not. It's not. Because
yes, it is.
Okay, well then
That's,
I have
that's
this
a form
question.
of censorship.
So
that is a form of censorship.
Here's a very simple question, right? Like, I would say 99% of the arbitrary data in the past year on chain were mostly runes. How come BIP110 does not stop runes if that's most of the arbitrary data in the past year?
I don't want to get down into the spam technicalities because I'm not the right guy to have that argument. You want to have the philosophical.
I mean, that's a very no. It's not. It's just a technical question. BIP110 wants to stop spam. 99% of arbitrary data in the past year is runes. BIP110 does not stop runes.
Hang on, Kello. Let me rephrase it in a philosophical way. The market has determined that the most common form of spam are runes. Why should this update of BIP110 not listen to what the market has determined as the most prevalent form of spam if the intention is to block spam?
Because the market could potentially decide any number of harmful things for Bitcoin. And if it is outside of the design of Bitcoin, then we should make corrective changes to it.
Sure, but if we want to play the what if game, like, you know, like we could play that game ad nauseum. What if Bitcoin goes to $1 million? What if the CIA did invent Bitcoin? Like, we can play that game.
You were the one that used the hypothetical.
But in the rooted facts, I'm not. I'm actually not. I'm using the facts of today, and the facts of today are the most common form of spam are one specific subset, runes. And as a result,
it's not even the most common. It's like 99% of the past year of blocks.
This is the market.
Arbitrary data is mostly runes.
This is the market in real time right now, not hypothetically giving you a determination. I'm simply speaking in this hypothetical bigger picture way so it can be a philosophical discussion. But again, I go back to the facts of present day right now, as of October 7th, 2026.
And Q,
I would love if it did. I don't have an answer for that because I'm not the technical guy that can do it.
But
that's what happens though. Anytime you ask BIP110ers a technical question, they just don't have technical answers.
That's not why
they have a good idea, and I understand their idea is great, but it's just not technically feasible.
Which is why
and technically it makes Bitcoin worse as a money.
I am now understanding why so many people said no to coming and joining this debate after 3.5 hours. I am fully understanding.
But I think there's an overarching point though, and it's something we have to come back to and reiterate, which is it doesn't really matter, like what you said, Anon, is probably true. The market can be irrational, right? There's like so many funny quotes about how irrational the market can be while you're rational, it can outlast you, that sort of thing, right? And that's true. That's kind of true with anything, not just like finances, but like people buy shitty products that you're like, what the hell? Like, why did you buy that? Why is this popular, right? Memes and stuff like that. So in Bitcoin, luckily, we don't have just like, it's not just it's an interesting market for consensus in the sense that consensus is formed differently from many sources. It's not just what people buy or what one little group wants or over another. And that's the foundational thing. The reason why we don't have to debate about it or have qualitative arguments is the consensus is pretty clear. And whether it's a good fork or a bad fork for what you perceive as a good reason or a bad reason, it is being effectively rejected right now because of the big constituencies in Bitcoin, like the miners and the economic services for Bitcoin, and then the individuals that happen to hold or run Bitcoin. Broadly, across two of those categories has almost zero support. On the third one, all Bitcoin investor individuals has very, very little support, nascent single digit. And so for that reason and that reason alone, not even what it is, not even what the fork's about, throw out what the whole fucking point of the fork is. But like for that reason and that reason alone is why it is not probably on track to become Bitcoin. And I'm thankful for that because in my perspective, even though I oppose it, like I zoom out and I'm trying to be objective, some other update could come in that I truly believe is bad, not because I think it's just foolhardy or something, but because it's actually really nefarious. And if it was able to flip and become the Bitcoin with that level, that nascent level of support, that would be a huge red flag to me. I would reevaluate how I even look at Bitcoin. I would say, damn, this thing could be basically commandeered effectively by just exhaust fumes of support. And that would challenge the underpinnings of what I believe about the system. And so I'm glad that it is rejecting this even outside of what it is, because that means to me that the mechanism is working, right? And I wouldn't even care what the fork is. So I hope that's something, I know it's antithetical to your position, right? Because you don't want to hear that that's correct or whatever, how it's treating 110. But I hope like you could zoom out with me and say, okay, like from that perspective, true. Like I would hope that some nefarious bank couldn't put a KYC PR out there that does an activation for something nefarious and do the same thing with the same amount of support, right? Like we would both hope against that. So like, can we just agree that Bitcoin's working, from an objective perspective?
I think overall, yeah, Bitcoin is working. I'm concerned about its direction. I think you might be forgetting that my stated position wasn't whether or not the technicals of 110 accomplishes the spam goal or any of that stuff. My goal has always been at the cultural level around governance with core, remember? So to me, my objective was accomplished when knots reached around 20% and core's hegemony and reputation was damaged, right? To me, I'm a Bitcoin Luddite. I want to see less innovation. And if I can support a movement that keeps it from moving in a progressive, innovative direction without restraint, that's my concern. So I'm going to support anything that pulls it in the opposite direction, right? That's where I am. So I might not be the typical 110 person or the technical 110 person, but you have to understand my motivations are not that.
Okay, have you been convinced otherwise in terms of your support? I don't know if you were a Covenant supporter or not, but have you been convinced otherwise based on what has happened with Cold Card that now is important enough that you believe the majority of these constituencies should support it?
No, I need to know more about covenants. I need to spend more time researching it. I say no to things I don't understand enough, and I'm going to say no to it now. It would actually solve my personal technical problem with the thing I'm building, but I've been successfully able to build it on a layer 2, which is much safer in my opinion. So I've done it there. I will look more into covenants in the future for sure.
I think that's a fair answer.
I have a question. Since you want to say it doesn't align with your culture or ideologies, so if something will make Bitcoin a worse money, but it aligns with your culture and ideologies, would you be pro?
I would need specifics, but generally, no, I would not.
Okay.
Bitcoin
So
is
how?
primarily.
But you're not. But then again, you say that you're not technical. So how would you know if it makes it a better money or not if you're not technically inclined to understand it?
Because I would have to spend the time to learn to become that technical if it's that important. But I mean, we're speaking at such abstraction.
If something is taking up like most of the arbitrary data, you should find out. Ask Luke, ask Mechanic, ask your technical people or whoever, however you want to do the technical research, like you said you will do. right? You should find that out because that's very important. If something is 99% of the arbitrary date in the past year, I'm not talking about last month, past year, how come BIP110 is not doing anything about it? I would say that. But then if you do want to look into technicals, you should look into technically how BIP110 makes Bitcoin a worse money. You should see those arguments and try to research them and understand them as well.
Why don't you tell them to me today? That way I can save me some time, but I'd like to hear them.
Sure. Well, first of all, it doesn't do anything it wants to. It doesn't actually stop spam. Number one. Number two is if it blocks the most safe and effective way for somebody to put arbitrary data, then somebody will put it in a way that makes it worse. And if you're putting in data on chain in a way that's worse, that makes Bitcoin a worse money. Because now the UTXO set can grow, right? The block size can grow. The verification costs of like, you know, just verifying every transaction, that grows. That makes Bitcoin a worse money. Though, like, just those reasons alone are not good. If you want Bitcoin to be a money, then why make things that incentivize people to make it worse?
Here's a question for Non. We know that the 7 consensus chains have all been routed around. And while the statement is that, oh no, it's primarily about sending a message and kind of knocking core down a peg, we don't care if it's effectively missing the target on all the spam. You know, I still think while they say that, it's still listed in there. It was a huge reason why this was all started. It was really the core reason, at least until it became obvious that it wasn't going to do anything to it. So I would say if people are being honest on that side, most people would probably say, no, we'll still try to actually go after the spam. It wasn't just purely vibes, you know, like I'm trying actually to be generous to them and not say that they started it all over like, you know, a fallacious non-argument that they didn't even believe. I'm trying to actually invest in their genuine nature and say they really did want to stop spam. So if that would take not endless, well, maybe endless forks. I mean, technically you could remove almost all of Bitcoin's opcodes and you could still spam with public keys and hashes. So if you would, two things, how many forks would you go through if you could even quantify it or just roughly so? T-shirt size it for me. How many forks would you go through in the attempt to drag and chase that? And or if you had went through so many forks that you basically got down to the point where you just battered Bitcoin's opcodes into being 1-to-1 sends in between two addresses, when even that could be spammed because the addresses, you know, there's public keys and hashes. What point do you throw your hands up, even as a non-technical person or less technical, and say, shit, man, that is a dragon chase. Like we were whack-a-moling on an endless endeavor and in futility. Like, is there any point? How do you draw the line on how far you want to go?
I think it's fundamentally an unanswerable question in the hypothetical, but I'll do my best. And then can we go to Neil, because he's had his hand up for a long time too.
I just want to say we should go all the way down, even if it's 100 forks. But we should see, is this fork harming Bitcoin or not? Right, I'm ready to go down 1,000,000 forks if they're going to make it a better money, of course, or they're going to make Bitcoin better and more efficient, of course. But even if one fork makes it worse, it's not worth it. Why are you trying to solve something by making it worse? There's trade-offs in everything.
I actually agree on the trade-offs thing. I wanted to hear some specifics about the negatives, and I heard you say that, okay, well, they're going to bloat the UTXO set, but that also sidesteps the responsibility. The responsibility lies with the person that's bloating it, not the person that's making changes to the protocol, right?
Then don't make any changes then. If the responsibility is on the spammers themselves, why even make any change at all?
Well, it's
what
about
you're
the
doing by
placement of
making
the
this
anger.
change is you're incentivizing them to use a way that will harm Bitcoin. And you already know they have money because you saw during times the fees spiked like crazy. So you know that they have the money. So if you're making it 0.01% more, you know, costly for them to do it, that's not going to stop them. Even if it does cost 10% more or 100 times more, if you're making Bitcoin worse, it's not worth it.
Hello, guys. Can anyone hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I would like to interject. This is not an anti-spam BIP. This has nothing to do with spam. Here's what everybody is talking. Oh, it doesn't stop spam, so it's no good. BIP110 is not about
its
spam.
purpose is just to make Bitcoin worse as a money? Is that the main purpose?
Wait, let's not go there. Let's not say it's just to make the point.
The rules of the room are simple. Hang on. I'm going to remind everyone because we seem to have forgotten. The rules of the room are very simple. We get to speak. No one gets to interrupt. And once someone is done, you can either raise your hand and start talking. So please, Pepe, the floor is yours.
I can't hear him. Is he talking?
I was
Are
about.
you talking?
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. This is my first time in Spaces. Okay, what BIP110 is trying to stop core. And let me explain. In 2022, core removed from their definition, from their documentation, the definition of Bitcoin as money. They had the definition of Bitcoin as money in 2022. They decided to remove it. And when somebody asked why, they said because what Bitcoin is debatable. Now, for you and I, that might be an insignificant change in the paperwork, and you can line up 1,000 devs, and they will all say, well, this does not change anything about the code. It's only in the paperwork. It doesn't change anything about the code. But what it does, or at a social level, is it's a first signal of 1,000 signals that invited spam in. That says, Bitcoin is no longer money, now it's spam, it's whatever you want. In 2023, when the Ordinals spam started, they said we're not going to do anything about Ordinals because it's in the inputs and arbitrary data is in the output, so this doesn't count. And when Luke Dash Jr. had tried to put an Ordinal filter, they said no, we reject it. Ordinals are acceptable because they're in the inputs. So what the message that's sending to the spammers is, hey, come on board, spam Bitcoin as much as you want. And then Gloria Zhao goes on podcasts and she starts insulting Bitcoiners. I'm sure all of you saw this, where she insults Bitcoiners as meat eaters and retards as knuckle draggers, and she promotes NFTs. In one video, she gives a thumbs up to Bitcoin to NFTs, and she gives a thumbs down to monetary Bitcoiners. None of this changes anything about the software. All it does is invite spammers in. And after 3 years of them, and I can go on and give you 100 different signals of core inviting spam in. And eventually, after 3 years of this, when they decided to blow up a spam filter, that became too obvious. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're inviting spam in. They're accommodating spam in. And that was the first change, the first code change that actually invited spammers in into last year. So
can we address some of this? I mean, so your history of, I mean, tying those things together and saying that Bitcoin Core is now, working subversively to change Bitcoin's purpose and stuff, I think is
correct. How much more obvious can it be? They're blowing up spam filters.
I think the obviousness of it can be the fact that the spam was effortlessly getting in before the filter, and I'll even go beyond this particular filter to say,
isn't that strange? Isn't that strange? Okay, I asked.
Not strange.
I went on Packer News and I asked Core, would you be willing to put back in the definition of Bitcoin as money? And he said, no.
Compact block filters and other things were hindered by that. I would go so far as to say, I don't think that Core should include any filters. I think we should align all filters to Bitcoin's actual consensus rules. I think that's where we should be. The filters generally worked much better when Bitcoin was a very young network. When I first got into it in 2011,
before all that, I would like for Core to put back in the definition of Bitcoin as money. Not as not as rules, but Bitcoin as money.
And you should do a PR for that. I will comment under your PR to do that.
I think someone tried to do that and they closed it. But I remember, Pepe, that was actually the thing that got me involved. So thank you for bringing that up.
So okay, yeah, I get what your desire here is. I think in practical terms, the filter was inconsequential. People were already just it was not performing. It wasn't doing what it was supposed to do.
You have to think about how extremely important this is. Imagine instead of code, you're working on a bridge. You're a very good welder, but the project manager decided, well, your bridge is no longer for pedestrians. Now it's for cars.
But they're not. Effectively, they're not doing.
You can say I'm only changing the paperwork.
That's like saying someone put up a sign somewhere saying you can drive trucks on the bridge, but the actual law says trucks are not allowed on the bridge, and the law was being followed. And so yeah, you can be really mad about the sign. but the sign that some random person put up that isn't the law doesn't change the law. And so that's the reality here, is the filters weren't working. I was here when the filters worked. They worked in 2011 because there was like 12 chickens running nodes, like us being one of them. And it worked really well because everyone ran exactly the same filters, even the miners. And the beautiful thing about filters is, when every single person runs them, they work. But even when like 5% don't, the glory that is Bitcoin's peer-to-peer messaging between nodes is specifically designed to not stop propagation of a message, even when the vast majority of nodes, are not relaying it. And that's a good thing. That's an anti-censorship property to stop eclipse attacks, right? Like you have to be clear-eyed about this. The same reason why filters don't work is the same reason why you want your peer-to-peer protocol to work that way, because under other conditions, you want messages transmitted even in the presence of a super majority of actors who do not want to relay them for malicious purposes. So we're fighting against ourselves. We should align all filters with consensus rules, and then you can argue about consensus rules. I do want to commend you, Pepe, for being one of the first people that's come out, even though I would argue that Chris Guida and everyone who started this, people I know on the 110 side, absolutely started this over spam. Unless they were all lying at the time and being disingenuous, they did actually want spam. Yes, it has evolved as everyone has found out, and they can't get out of the fact that they can't actually stop spam. Of course, the narrative and message evolved over the last 2.5 years to say, hey, it's actually more about the vibes, and it's actually, we want to overthrow core and sort of put them, knock them down a peg. And I've even volunteered the fact that yes, 110 would do that. It definitely would be vibes. It would send a vibe, and it definitely would knock core down a peg. So if you as a particular individual in support of 110, if that's your reason to support it, then you are not being disingenuous. You're being honest. But just let's be clear about it,
I want to give.
Yeah, I think it's where we both are.
I want to give Liberty the chance to speak, and I feel like after hosting this for 4 hours, I do have to do my job a little bit. So I'm just going to shamelessly shield myself. If you're looking to buy a large amount of Bitcoin, shoot me a DM. Need to be somewhat productive and have some sales today. So figured I'd say that, but now Liberty, the floor is yours.
Thanks. And thank you for hosting this. It's good for us to have dialogue across the aisle. I was curious from the anti-BIP110 side, because for me, I agree obviously with all of the BIP110 arguments, and hence why I'm BIP110. But at this point, the issue has become a lot bigger than spam for me. At this point, I'm sort of worried that Bitcoin doesn't work how I thought it does. So for the anti-BIP110 side, let's say that there was something that we all agree is a serious violation. So either a raising of the 21 million cap, or the miners decide, hey, we don't want to respect the halving or something like that. If BIP110 fails and there was no URSF to indicate that everybody that opposes it on the network protocol level, what stops the miners at this point from having carte blanche to do whatever they want? Even if
that's a great question.
Yeah, even if we have all kinds of people opposing it, but no real
Liberty,
voiced opposition on the.
I've got an answer for you. I've got an exact answer for you. Okay. It's the same thing when in 2017, there was actually, even before 148 was there, we had pretty broad support actually among miners, among Bitcoin businesses, and among individual users who supported it. So 148 kind of was like a nothing burger in the sense that it was already predetermined. We already had those constituencies in broad support, broad majority support across them. The difference between 110 and something, let's just take your 21 million cap change, right? That's a big one. I hope everyone on stage agrees that that's a bad one, right? Like it's a bad fork. We're going to oppose that. And the difference there would be, instead of what you see right now, which is Bitcoin holders through Bitcoin companies like exchanges being apathetic, effectively, they're not doing signature campaigns against them. They're not running nodes. They're kind of just like, whatever, that's a nothing burger. And instead of miners kind of ignoring it, and the vast majority of nodes even ignoring it, What you would see under those circumstances is something very different. I think you would see exchanges having a revolt among their users, whether they were running nodes or not. They're probably going to start signature campaigns on those websites, right? They're going to raise hell. There's going to be a lot more Bitcoin content out there, even if you're not running a node. Nodes themselves would probably be in like 90%. I mean, I don't even know what the percentage would be, but it'd be damn near 100 of user nodes would probably be like, fuck that. We're not changing the 21 million limit. And it would be some segment of miners, and in the case you put out there, because only miners would really be incentivized to do that. Bitcoin businesses wouldn't, because their users would say, I'm not buying as much Bitcoin from you now, because now you're changing the rules of the game, and that's not good for me economically. So they would naturally be aligned against that, the 21 million cap. And so would all the Bitcoin individuals. So the change in difference is that you would see a very different immune response. And the fact that you don't is the distinguishing factor between a fork like this that is highly unpopular because people don't think it's appropriate, and a fork or URSF or whatever the users would need to do under like a 21 million cap challenge. It would just be a whole different ballgame. Period. I believe.
So
I have another way
I think
to
that the
answer
main
this
thing
as
that
well.
I just wanted to jump in and respond to that real quick. I'm sorry. So the biggest issue that I worry about with that is that with BIP148, sure, there was broad agreement on SegWit, but the opposition was also a lot more active. I mean, you had opposition from the miners, active opposition. You had, the exchanges didn't like it. You had the New York agreement, right? So it didn't go out how they planned it would go. Sure, they wanted SegWit broadly, but they also wanted an increase in the block size. So, whereas with this, like you said, they're apathetic, right? So
that's true, Liberty.
There's apathy. Yeah, there's apathy on the miner side. There's apathy on the exchange side, and so I think this would, if BIP110 doesn't pass, this is, unless my history is wrong, this is going to be the first time that a soft fork, at least with this much support, doesn't pass. And I think that does say that Bitcoin is pretty fundamentally different.
Just a
No,
second.
it doesn't have any support at all.
No, just a second.
There's like hardly any support. There's like zero almost. You can see the main way to see, if you can go first, but I can also answer the main question that he had. I feel like everybody sees Bitcoin differently, and also depending on the time they came in, but just uniquely, right? And the way I see that question is, what if the miners change the 21 million limit, or broadly speaking, what if miners or whoever wants to change consensus rules, right? Like how do, Bitcoiners, whatever, stop a bad consensus change, right? So you can see that previous consensus changes, like let's say, the big blockers, during SegWit, there was futures markets. There was real economic value behind that. You saw that there was, millions of dollars, tens of millions, and even more ready to say, hey, you know what? I want this side of the chain if there's going to be a fork, and I'm ready to give up the other side. I'm ready to bet money and dump those coins. I have real economic value. I hold a lot of Bitcoin, or I don't, but I'm ready to put money down on the line to say this is what I want, but not that. And at the end of the day, the people that do have the money in Bitcoin, they can decide what they want it to be because their money's in it, in a way. So
let's get as empirical and quantitative as we can.
I'll just make it real quick. So you can see from this BIP110, there hasn't been any money. There's no futures markets, number one. There's one prediction market with like less than 2 Bitcoin of volume.
You saying that there's no futures market doesn't mean that there's no economic activity.
Just a second.
If there is economic value behind,
guys, I'm still here. There are rules. If you want to participate, we are going to respect each other when they speak. Please.
I just wanted to make sure we're not muddying the waters, because we don't have to go into a debate about how many prediction markets or whatever. There's an easier, quantifiable way to look at this. I'm not saying you're lying, Liberty, or anything like that, so please don't take this as disparaging, but there was what I would argue is the false assertion that we have the same support now as we did for a soft fork back in 2017, and look, something's changed. Bitcoin's no longer functioning the same way. And I am going to tell you that is empirically false, and here's the numbers that back it, right? Back in 2017, when it came time to do SegWit, the majority of miners supported the non-big block SegWit. The majority of Bitcoin businesses and exchanges supported the non-Bitcoin block SegWit. The vast majority of Bitcoin holder individuals and node runners supported the non-big block SegWit, right? We're talking about like 60%, 60%, 90%, right? Let's look at the landscape that we have today with 110. About 1% of miners, real miners that aren't buying hash, support Bitcoin 110. About less than 1% of Bitcoin businesses support 110 overtly in any detectable way. Less than 1% of all Bitcoin invested individuals support it. About 8% of node operators support it. Like, it is by and large a vastly unpopular, extremely unsupported fork, and is not in any way comparable to the user activated soft fork of 2017. So Bitcoin is working exactly the same. If you had the same numbers that we had back for that fork, this would be a different discussion. But they're not. They're demonstrably different. They're not just a little different, they're wildly different. So that's why it's not taking hold. It's not because Bitcoin changed. It's all perception. I'm just trying to get quantifiable and objective. And those are the objective facts, right? Those are the facts. People may not like them, right? But those are the facts. So I'm curious what you think, Liberty, in response to that.
Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong here. The only BIP110 and BIP148 aren't the only BIPs that have ever been activated, I'm sure. And there have been lots of other BIPs that get activated without all of this Twitter discussion and without all of this, this hullabaloo and all of that. And my point is that on the protocol level, even though we've had all of this vibrant discussion on Twitter, it's sort of similar to those other BIPs, right? Like, where on the protocol level, there's no difference of opinion. It's a tightening of the rules. And so, yeah, like how...
The vast majority of those were loosening of the rule forks that were not opposed by any real major constituencies and vastly and quickly adopted by all major individual nodes. Like that's the reality of everything else that's really transpired. This is the first pleb sort of like individual grassroots one, I would say, that is probably going to be rejected. I would say that it's the first individual grassrootsy sort of thing. Other than CTV, which Jeremy did have, he was working on activation client, people were mad, and it had more support than this, right? It had more support in the community than this does now, and people were mad at Jeremy for trying to push CTV through a similar, he was going on a similar trajectory as this. And so this will be the first one that's kind of got to the finish line, as it were, that came from, a relative pleb, relative dev side, and is going to fail, but it's going to fail not because Bitcoin change, it's going to fail because it just doesn't have the numbers. It doesn't have anywhere close. I mean, it's not. This is not like we're comparing things that if you squint, like, oh man, there's such a close race. Like, this is like demonstrably vacuous of any support across the entirety of the ecosystem. Like, you should not be surprised this is going to fail. This should be like, yeah, I get it. That should be the reaction.
I think too that one of the points that we continue, at least I continue to go back to, is like, I am fine allowing the market to decide. And there was a question brought up in hour 1, and I cannot believe we are on the other side of hour 4 of this debate and discussion. My brain is starting to melt a little, and we will be wrapping up here shortly. For those of you, Liberty, Bitcoin Anon, are you willing, after the fork happens, can I sell you my BIP110 Bitcoin at the price of 65K or whatever the market price is? Will you buy that Bitcoin at that price?
They won't. I've seen people. I've been asking
Kello,
this for a
let
while.
them talk.
Nobody will.
So this is not a gotcha for me, just the way the technicals are not a gotcha for me, because my motivations were never that. I made it very clear from the start. Longest chain is where my Bitcoin is. Now, am I going to dump the 110 coin? No, I'll keep it as an insurance policy somewhere. I'm not sure even how to reclaim them. But my whole thing was cultural. This is a cultural fight. This is like Brexit. or 2016, right? There's a group that doesn't want to see a progressive group of developers continuously build for their own job security or whatever their motivations might be, whether they're well-intentioned or not. But they want to push Bitcoin in an ever-growing list of functions, features, and we don't want to see that happen. And that's why I'm opposing.
Tello, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I think Liberty's question was really, really important, and I see how the other guy that was up here, how he sees it, his point of view, but I completely disagree because in a hypothetical scenario, if like 99% of the nodes, 99% of all the miners, 99% of all the exchanges, if they all want to make a change to Bitcoin that I don't agree with, and there's a group of Bitcoiners that hold the majority of Bitcoin, who do you think controls Bitcoin? In my opinion, like this is the way I see it, is the majority of the actual Bitcoin being held, they control the rules because they could be like, hey, listen, I don't care about any of these miners, exchanges, or 99% of the nodes that you spun up. I own the Bitcoin and I will sell that one completely. And I'll only keep this one and we'll start over. Right? That's why to me, the actual economic value is what dictates what the rules are. The people that hold Bitcoin, they are the ones that control the rules of Bitcoin. The majority held of Bitcoin is like, hey, I want this thing to be the best money, the best value, the best, etc., whatever it is. And nobody else can change that unless they have the Bitcoin to put up to the other side. And I think that's what happened during SegWit. I understand he's quantifiably, calculating it, but I don't think that really matters at the end of the day. I think the main thing that mattered was the futures market because the futures market showed the miners which side is going to be valuable for them. And they're like, hey, listen, I want to make money. I'm here just to make money. The miners don't care that much. Some of them do, some of them don't. But at the end of the day, it's a business. And, they got bills to pay. So maybe some of them are ideologically inclined, but some of them might not be. And the Bitcoin holders are the ones that make the rules, in my opinion. And it's just not just nodes, but actual holders of Bitcoin.
No, I disagree with that because that logic would present that Michael Saylor, the largest Bitcoin holder in the world, can dictate what he wants with Bitcoin. So I will push back on.
I mean, he could because he could be like, you know what? I'm forking the chain and I'm selling your side. If you think about it, he can do that.
Sure.
And your side is going to go to zero and his side will be valuable.
But all he can do is dictate price by introducing more Bitcoin for sale or by buying up more Bitcoin and pushing
That's not
the
just
price.
That destroys all the infrastructure. All the miners are going to switch to him.
It does
All the
not change
exchanges are going
code.
to switch to him. All the economic value will switch to him.
Hang on. It does not change code. It does not impact your cold storage setup nor mine.
But my cold storage will be worth nothing, though.
It does not change the nodes.
You're right, but it's worth nothing. Bitcoin is money.
No, it isn't.
If my code is exactly how I want it to be, but I cannot trade it for any goods or services because it's valueless, what is the code doing? The code is to protect its value, to me at least. Maybe to you something else. The code to me is so I can transact with it and I can receive it for monetary value, for goods and services. If I cannot do that, I don't care about the code. The code can be doing anything, but the main thing for me is to protect my value in the future and to be able to spend it and receive it. But the value is what matters. And if there's a huge holder of Bitcoin that destroys that value, my code can still run, but the value is destroyed.
Yeah, so if I could just jump in and answer your question. I personally would not sell it. The way that I view it is that the spam issue is very important. And I know we all know BIP110 doesn't address all spam like that. Like every BIP110 person will agree with you on that. It's just the worst kinds. But that being said, in terms of the priority level of issues, like I said, it's a big one, but it's not worth me fully forking off. The way that I see it is that, like, if BIP110 fails, Bitcoin's kind of at the position that it currently is while we're talking. So be a little silly, in my opinion, to do that. But there are circumstances where if it was an existential threat, like, if they were going to raise the cap, or if they were going to get rid of the halving, or if they were going to raise the block size, yeah, I would sell that and keep whatever chain is, or OFAC compliant blocks, or just any issue. Like, we could triage this, right? Like, we all agree that there are bigger there's a litany of things that are a bigger threat to Bitcoin than spam. But what I would like to see from the anti-BIP110 side is at least an acknowledgement that the spam issue is a problem, and we should be doing something to address it. I think that that's why BIP110 started at all, was because Core was so dismissive about it even being an issue at all, and was blocking every attempt to stop it, and was it seems like there was corruption and collusion with the very people that have been doing the spam. So
this is where
how is spam a problem? The fees are even less than before the spam ever started.
But
how is spam a problem?
This is my thoughts on the idea of spam in general. What you decide is spam and what I decide is spam are two different things. The market has decided and spoken, and I would rather see the market continue to dictate and decide what it deems as spam and what it does not. And if someone is willing to spend the money to send any sort of inscription or do something on the Bitcoin blockchain that the code itself allows you to do, then who are you or I to dictate, hey, no, that's actually spam? Because the truth of the matter is, like, this whole space is a giant ad for Bitcoin Well. Surprise, surprise. Is it spam? Or is that just an opportunity for us to speak and everyone who's participating agrees that this is not spam? But at its core, we are spamming your feed. You have the right to opt into this conversation or the right to opt out of it. But at the end of the day, the market should be able to decide, no one individual, no group of individuals, but rather the market at whole.
I agree with that. If something is bad for Bitcoin as money, then the Bitcoin holders, which is the market, will eradicate it. It will block it. It will make an upgrade against it, because we're in the self-interest of preserving our money. So, the Michael Saylor example, the way I see it is, he's in the self-interest of that accruing value and being useful as value. So, in my opinion, he wouldn't do anything to harm his own value. That's how I see it,
He also legally can't, because he has a fiduciary duty to shareholders like myself to maximize the value of MicroStrategy any way he can, any way he believes he can.
Yeah, I think Bitcoin works with game theory. Do I like that one person holds so much? I don't like that, but that's their right to do that. They can go ahead and buy all of it if they want. They won't buy mine unless it's for a very high price.
Sure.
But they have every right to do that. And yes, they will have a lot of economic value to be able to push around with all of that Bitcoin. That's just the nature of the network from my point of view.
Sure. I just want to remind everyone who's listening, if you want to buy buying Bitcoin at the only non-custodial exchange available in the United States, please hop on over to bitcoinwell.com, use promo code podcast. You will get additional points for our wishing well, which is our little lottery to get some free Bitcoin. Gary, you have been patient. You have been quiet. I will let you have the opportunity to speak or ask any questions. And then Liberty, after Gary has gone, I will turn it over to you. Or Gary's probably at lunch. Liberty, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I would just want to respond to the free market thing. I think a lot of people in the Bitcoin space are also libertarian and ANCAPs, and so we appreciate free markets. That being said, there are other free market considerations besides what just ends up on chain. Like there's the node runners. There's the node runners are really like the big part that we're addressing here. And in terms of the economic incentive to run a node, the people who run nodes are really like the most virtuous people in Bitcoin, because for mining, you can at least get some sats back. Obviously for buying Bitcoin, you keep everything that you buy. But for node runners, we're just doing this to support the network. Like you get some privacy benefits, obviously, and there's other good self-interested reasons to run a node, but it really just comes down to wanting to virtuously support the network. And like in respect to rules and stuff, like I think other people have mentioned, like Bitcoin has tons of rules, and that's why we're all interested in it. It's not just like this anything goes free market, whatever. Otherwise, Ethereum would have been built on top of it. And so, like I agree that like there has to be people on board to support a change, and I do disagree that BIP110 hasn't reached this threshold because again it's a soft fork, and there isn't any real opposition, at least that the network can detect. And
You
so
haven't picked up on our
yeah.
opposition this whole time.
Sorry?
You haven't picked up on my opposition to
No,
BIP110.
no, yeah, no. Like what I'm saying is that yeah, we have plenty of people opposing it on Twitter, and opposing it like in general, but the network isn't picking up on that. Like that's my point. Is that there's I think when I last checked, there was like 6 user resisted soft fork nodes, which you could downplay how many tens of thousands of BIP110 nodes there are, all day long. But the network, it's only picking up on the BIP110 nodes, and it doesn't really take into account all of the discussion that's happening on Twitter.
Fair.
Yeah.
Even though you have literally the worst handle name I've seen in a while, CK Cardano, I do want to give you credit because you posted something that I had thought about, and then just in the fray of all this conversation, it left my mind. But the idea of changing the underlying 21 million hard cap, we've already seen that happen. We forked off. It's called Litecoin. But CK Cardano, the floor is yours.
What's up, man? Thank you, Q. Thank you for having me up. Shout out also to Bitcoin Well. Awesome to know that there is an exchange that is non-custodial that maybe facilitates a little bit of that peer-to-peer electronic cash energy from Satoshi Nakamoto. And for folks that don't know, the reason for the handle, I'm Bitcoin, baby, but I understand the power of additional expressiveness, like with what smart contracts are doing. But I disagree with the accounts-based model and the unlimited supply of Ethereum. So for me, Cardano is just about how do we advance the underlying tech so that our Bitcoin becomes more expressive and more powerful. Just generally, back kind of the BIP110 universe, I think there's a lot of us here, and I think Kello really hit the nail on the head. I lean more with Q that Michael Saylor may be able to, swing, his bags, his million or so, 850,000 at present. Michael Saylor wants to acquire 1 Nakamoto, 1 million Bitcoin, at which point he will be able to have an influence on the spot price. However, the consensus, the code itself, is not determined by those that actually own the supply. But kind of to Kello's point, we can follow those monetary incentives, right? The miners that are validating the Bitcoin network have to pay those energy bills. And that is precisely why those that understand what game theory is and don't just throw it around as a term, understand that BIP110 will inevitably fail. Period. Game theoretically at a base, how do we pay our bills? That is one of the reasons why BIP110 will fail. You cannot remove more than 60% of what is actually inside the blocks that are paying for it, because we all know that Satoshi Nakamoto, shout out to him, released the Bitcoin white paper to the world Halloween night 2008. Genesis block cooking January 3rd, 2009. At that time, the native Bitcoin block reward was 50 Bitcoin issued every 10 to 15 minutes, every block that was created. Then it went from 50 to 25 to 12.5 to 6.25. Now we're at 3.125, about 2 years out from the next halving. And so once that goes away, the actual use of the blockchain, transactions, activity, that is what is going to have to pay the bills of the mining network. And so by removing ordinals and runes and these ways in which people are choosing to pursue entrepreneurial activity and use the expressiveness of the code such as it exists in a free market, that is what's going to have to carry the weight, because in 2032 that native block reward will be less than 1 Bitcoin. So landing the plane on that, I think the game theoretical and monetary incentive to go along with BIP110, it just doesn't cut it. With respect to people saying, spam and what constitutes spam, amen, that's a really, really great definition. which is another reason why adopting a culture of toxic maximalism and creating enemies when we could be creating allies, there are other chains and assets that are better for doing your NFTs, your this, your that, or the other. And we do not have to encumber Bitcoin with that. Bitcoin doesn't have to do anything but be Bitcoin. But when we understand the protocol, we also know Bitcoin is capable of 7 transactions per second. For context, Visa is expected to operate at 40,000 transactions per second. We know the primary scaling solution, Lightning Network, was also approved on Litecoin prior to implementation in Bitcoin, because Litecoin is so similar under the hood that if it does not break Litecoin, it's not going to break Bitcoin. So I'll land the plane on this. When we do get on the other side of this BIP110 debate, I would love to begin seeing conversations about the importance of privacy and fungibility incorporated into the Bitcoin L1. And I think Mimblewimble extension blocks and this cold card vulnerability, part of what allowed them to get it is looking at the blockchain, seeing the receive addresses, and MWeb fungibility, MWeb extension blocks would help protect Bitcoin and our addresses and our privacy, and offer routes to scalability options as well. So landing the plane there. Awesome conversation, Q and Bitcoin Well, and cheers, guys.
I really appreciate it, man. And I do think we're gonna land the plane entirely on this one at this point. We are gonna try to see if maybe next week after BIP110 goes into effect, if we could have a postmortem, similar debate structure. So keep an eye out for that. If you are not following us on YouTube, please give us a follow over there. If you're not following the main Bitcoin Well handle or myself, please give us a follow. I want to thank everyone who came up, spoke, joined the conversation, was a part of it all. Be sure to touch some grass this weekend. Don't just stay glued to your phones. Get out of the echo chamber. Enjoy yourselves. Be well.